Raise the hand if that was the case. So yeah, I would say half, So there are some good stuff that we are going to see, which is a little bit of continuity of last time, and for some other topics are completely new and we didn't touch those topics last time. So, feel welcome. Feel, as Radmila was saying, ask questions. Don't fear anything. We are here to share. We are here to discuss. We're here to debate. So that's really the key. What I would like to do before passing the floor to my colleague for the first topic of the day and of the workshop, I would like to introduce you a little bit to the team. And Radmila already started to introduce herself, so I will not repeat that, but I would like to introduce my colleague Aurélie, who has joined the team. She is at the front, if you can see. And Aurélie has joined the team a few months ago. And she used to be part of the FIBA referees department. So be careful, if you don't behave well, she will give you a technical, she will give you penalties, whatever you do, she's looking. But jokes apart, she's great value for us and also for the workshop, especially when we are going to discuss the player pathway tomorrow. She will bring a lot of knowledge to the table. So Aurélie is the new team member that was not part of the first workshop. Now we have another newcomer, but Pedro and FIBA, we have been collaborating all together for quite a while. Pedro is involved in many programs similar to the FIBA Plus program with UEFA, with other organizations. He has extensive experience in governance, but also in competition management. I mean, feel free to go to him after his presentations to ask him about his background, what he has done. He has had million lives, but he is the newcomer. He was not also present in the first workshop, and he's going to take the floor in a few seconds. Unanimously, everybody requested to have Jeff back. So, despite the fact that we didn't want to bring him back, we brought him back. So Jeff, who was part of the first workshop, he's also back, and he will bring, for sure, as usual, a lot of energy, but more than energy, knowledge also, especially on strategic planning in the last day of the workshop. And then myself, for those who do not know me, I'm Florent Pasquet, and I've been working for FIBA for the past 11 years. Same department like Radmila, but at the HQ office. So, I've been dealing also a lot with National Federations development in all the areas, in governance, in technical, in marketing, and so on. So, I'm here to be part of the team. We'll speak tomorrow about player pathway especially. So, but in any case, feel free to reach me, feel free to come to me, ask questions. I'm happy to answer any questions. All of those who know me know that I like to talk and I like to exchange and I like to be among people. Okay, so thank you so much. That was just the team for you to know who is going to present, so you don't feel that you don't know those people. And I would like now to pass the floor to my colleague Pedro, who is going to touch on this fantastic topic that is league governance and operations. So Pedro, the floor is yours, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I have here the mic. So good morning. Can you hear me well? Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. So it's my first time in Kosovo, in Pristina. It's a pleasure. We had a very warm welcome from the Federation yesterday. And we are talking today about governance. So obviously you are competitors in the, let's say, in the game, but in the court. But here, outside, all of us can collaborate, and you need to have, let's say, a degree of success. So it's not only on the pitch, but what happens outside is important. We are going to speak about governance today. It's actually from the league point of view, the league as an entity. We have adapted a little bit the session for tomorrow. because it was supposed to be only about club governance, but as we are talking today, tomorrow will be a little bit different. Listen, when we are talking about governance, it applies. I work nowadays in different continents. I'm Portuguese, but I was working 23 years outside of Portugal. And basically in big and small organizations, and what we are showing today are sort of best practices. Obviously, you need to adapt a little bit to your context. You need to consider also your ownership model, because some things can change. But the points that we'll speak today, I'm sure that they will reflect that you can resonate with this kind of topics. As Van Mille, the president at Florian, was saying, we are here in family, okay? So the presentations are obviously general, but there might be some points that you would like to discuss more that are more relevant here. And please feel free to ask questions, because from this discussion we can benefit more, okay? We can touch other points that maybe are not so much in detail over there. Well, you have received now already some handouts. We will have some practical exercises that I will ask you to work as a group. The National Federation NF people can also join if they wish. And I will direct you when we have some exercises to the points there. The presentations will be given, okay, at the end of the session. So don't worry, if you want to take some photos, feel free. But they will be given. And furthermore, we are also delivering. We also prepare some tools, you know, some checklists that you can then take to your club and obviously the league, and you can make further usage of that. Well, what are we covering today? We will talk about the role and importance of good governance. What are the key areas? Okay, I think that when we talk about governance, if I would go around, each person will have a different idea. Okay, it's such a wide topic. We could be discussing here for many days, but we just focus on the points that we feel are more important in this case for the league, and as I said, also relevant to the clubs. We will then discuss a bit about separation of powers. What does this mean? What is the role of the different levels within the league or the club? So how does a well-oiled machine work? And in the end, a bit about stakeholder management, okay? And how to involve, how the league can also collaborate with the clubs. How can you bring basketball together? Well, what is governance? As I said, there are different points that each of us would raise. Well, one of them is accountability. Okay, so we are working within an organization. In this case, in this context, a sports organization. Okay, but it could be a different type, and we need to be accountable. So we need somehow to protect the organization. We don't want to have situations, you know, we need to separate the people from the organization. The people are very important. Without us, the organization would not function. But, you know, now we are here, tomorrow we will be in another place, there will be turnover, there will be other people that come. And we need somehow, normally when we are in an organization, we are working with resources that are not ours. It's not our private life. So this kind of protection for the usage of the resources is important, and we need to have the people accountable, responsible for what they are doing. Then, another thing is good practices on running an organization. Okay? Obviously, the cultural element, you know, how the things are done in Kosovo, or how the things are done, I don't know, in Spain, or how they are done in Africa, they will influence. But we have several aspects that would be, I would say, best practices on how to run or not to run an organization. So this is another point that defines governance. And then it's operating and managing in the right manner. Okay. So obviously there is not a single way of doing things. There are different possibilities, but how can we be efficient in using the resources? You know, I was talking with Radmila yesterday. We were talking a little bit about strategy. So if we are here, and she was saying that I'm the captain of the boat, and I want to go over there, and I'm giving some money. I'm responsible to reach the end destination. I can go a little bit left, I can go a little bit right, but I need to run it in an efficient manner, okay? Because obviously, if we have, this is especially important when our resources are limited, when we have a limited budget, so we need to make the most of it. Very well. Now, what happens? If we get it right, that's very positive, because it's not only on how we are perceived, how we run the organization internally, but also what happens externally, how people see us. So, it means that if we get it right, we probably have bigger chances of attracting investment. It means that the organization then is protected against, let's say, wrongdoing. The positive image, which is clearly linked with attracting the investment, and obviously the efficient use of resources, as I was saying. I have an experience that was very tough, but very interesting. I was a Secretary General of a league, in this case a football league in my country, and the situation that I found was very difficult, because there were some wrongdoings with the president that left, and basically the organization was not good from a governance, from an image point of view. So what it meant is that broadcasting disappeared, the sponsors left, we had problems with the suppliers because the payment deadlines we were doing like 9 months. So basically financing the operations with the suppliers, and at a certain moment they say we are not working for free. We also had the salaries, we also had the taxes to pay. Okay? So it was a very tough situation. And what we did was, we did a plan. We did, let's say, a strategic plan for years to recover the organization, and with very clear objectives for each year, what we wanted to achieve and so on. And actually, we were able to accomplish that in 3 years, and we were able to change the image of the organization. And with this, we started attracting again the sponsors, okay? We started to being able to operate a little bit better. There were problems even in paying salaries in the beginning and so on. So the governance, the perception that we gave to outside was very important. And there will be some points today, especially in terms of the planning, the financial management, you know, transparency, showing the accounts, all these kind of things are part of this. Now, what happens? What do you think happens? Let's try to have the first question. What happens if we don't get it right? What are the risks? What could happen? Don't be shy. The first questions are always the most difficult ones, but tell me, do you know of examples of organizations that are suffering from a governance point of view? I will work like this. If there are no volunteers, I will choose a volunteer. Okay? So, please feel free. Let's start over here with the lady that was already here the last time.
I can speak English?
Yes.
Firstly, you just mentioned that yourself, you can start to lose investments and sponsors. You can also create a negative image, and you also lose the interest of your own workers. So.
Okay. Now that's a very good point. So internal demotivation, because the people don't feel comfortable. If you are in a club, well, sometimes depending on the ownership, you don't depend so much on investors because you have a main sponsor or something like this. But this will reflect in your fans, in your public, you know, in all these kind of things. So exactly. Thank you very much. So it's basically negative PR. You have clearly an inefficient use of resources. You were talking about the workers, so the lack of confidence from key stakeholders. So I mentioned the fans, but can also be obviously internal ones. And then obviously the part of the financial loss. It's not only the sponsors, but for instance, if you have situations in which the government maybe is giving you funds, that in this case FIBA is giving you funds, if you have governance problems, you know, if there is no trust, this can also be affected. So in the end, it's very difficult to run the organization, okay? Because if you don't have funds, okay, you can have a lot of goodwill, a lot of motivation, but it's difficult to do it, okay? So these are, let's say, in a short way, the situations, the consequences of having good or bad governance. Now, There are some topics also. We will talk a little bit about match fixing later today, but there are also some topics in the world of sports, you know, that are normally on the table. Sometimes some of these topics are more present in some of the sports, others in other type of sports. But what are we talking? Obviously, one of them is sports corruption. We see this at the federation level. We have seen some situations at club level. We see at league. So it's something that cuts across. I think that it has waves. It depends a lot also on the context, on the culture. But this is one issue, obviously, that afflicts the sports organizations. Then the other one, Radmila was saying that she's the responsible for doping. Okay. So from time to time, and in some sports, we also see a lot of problems that obviously are going to affect the perception, are going to affect the image of the sport itself. Child abuse. So, for instance, I remember the situation with the balls. You know, where the balls are produced. Are they produced referring to labor of children or something like this? There are obviously other cases, but this is one of the situations. And nowadays, you know, it's completely different than 2 or 3 decades ago. The awareness let me say, has evolved, and this is one concern that the organizations nowadays pay attention. And then the part of match fixing, and also very much linked with the sports betting. You know, nowadays it's very easy to do this. We have multiple companies, multiple apps. We can do it from anywhere. So this is something that obviously can lead to tricky situations. And at this point we have a couple of slides afterwards that we are going to discuss. Do you have like issues with match fixing here in Kosovo, or it's something that I know that you have a single point of contact that actually is helping us today doing the translation? But is this an issue here in Kosovo?
Minimalizujemo se, a znači mjerujemo mikrofon i čujemo te koje sam radi.
Okay, so it seems to be a current topic. As I said, we will discuss it a little bit later, so it's something that is relevant. So these are, I could raise obviously some other topics, but these are in sports, let's say, the ones that afflict most and that can have a negative impact on the image of the federations. Now, how does it work? From I would call it a macro governance point of view. I want it here in a graphical way to show you a little bit how this works. Well, on the one hand side, we have normally the law of the land. So this is obviously on top. If you have a national sports law or something like this, so this is something that is clearly influencing the governance, what is happening. In basketball, we have this kind of setting. So we have on the one side FIBA, which is the governing body of basketball around the world. Okay, so this will have an impact in terms of the rules, in terms of how the governance will be established in basketball. We have the National Olympic Committee that in many countries, this is not always the case, and not only in all of the sports, but in many countries the National Olympic Committee has an influence, you know, dictates also some kind of rules, eventually even supplies some funds, either directly or indirectly. So this is something that is shaping your governance. And then what happens? In each country, you will have a national federation, okay, which is a body, which is the representing body of basketball in that specific country. And as part of the national federation, we will have different, let's call it organs. We will have a General Assembly. We will discuss a little bit the roles and responsibilities and the importance of this body, of this organ. General Assembly. We will have an executive committee. Then, usually, we have commissions or what we call standing committees. Okay? Sometimes you can also have permanent, or some of them that they are just, let's say, set up for a specific purpose. And finally, you will have a CEO, Secretary General, General Manager, you know, an executive team. that is running then the federation. And then we go to the level of, let's say, the members of that federation. And what do we find there? How does this work? Well, on the one hand side, typically, this does not happen in all the countries, but typically you have like regions or departments that handle, for instance, like amateur clubs, handle the youth development, handle several of these kind of things. If there is an independent league, independent I mean outside of the federation, okay, normally this league would have the elite clubs, the elite competitions, okay? But as I said, this does not happen in all the countries. Quite often, the leagues are within the federation, so you don't really have a separate entity. And then you can have other stakeholders, okay? So the other stakeholders can be association of players, association of coaches, of referees, and other types of associations. So usually, these are the members that are then represented in a General Assembly. Does this work, does this resonate on you? Does this work like this in Kosovo? Do you have, for instance, we have regions departments? Yes? Can you tell us a little bit how it works here? No, you can speak. Does this make sense for you? Yes. And the National Federation here, how many regions do you have in Kosovo? 7? 7, okay. You have what?
We have only one region because we have only one league.
No. The regions here are, so you have a national federation. It's like regional federations or something.
No,
like
we
this.
don't have.
You don't have. So everything's centralized. Okay. So this one here. Do you, the Secretary General, can you explain us a little bit?
No, we don't have regions.
You don't have regions,
Yeah,
so
just
everything is
central.
centralized.
Yes.
Okay. So you see, this is the general model, and then in some countries you don't have regions. In some countries you have a separate league. In others it's everything within the federation. So it changes a little bit. But let's say the overall picture from a macro governance point of view, this is normally what happens in sports. Okay, with the necessary adaptations. Very well. Now, I mentioned there the role of FIBA, so the governing body of basketball. Okay, and the FIBA statutes, they will have also always a repercussion on the national federations. Okay, so there are some things in the statutes of FIBA that the federations need to follow. And I've taken here an extract from some things. So we have one article about the membership and obligation of members. We have another article about clubs, other bodies and leagues. So one thing is that the National Federation should have full control of basketball in the country. In some places, in some countries, we have this kind of issue. Because you have separate leagues that run basketball in parallel and so on. So this is something that should not happen. Then it gives us other indications in terms of governance from a different nature. So one thing is that the statutes mean that the federations need to remain in good standing, including the financial. Okay, the financials. So this means planning, this means budgets and so on. It has some implications that will go down to the statutes. Then they need to comply not only with the FIBA statutes, but internal regulations of FIBA. Okay? So this is something that is very important, to be able to have some consistency, uniformity of basketball. And some other points that are very important for governance is that the national federations should have a strategy, should have the annual report of activities and finances, and should also have independency. Independency from what? For instance, from the political power in the country. Okay? Independency also from the side that probably you need to have independent audits, external auditors or something like this. Now, what is the importance for you as clubs? if your federation is including this into their own statutes, and you are members of the federation, this means that it rolls down to the level of the clubs. So the statutes of the clubs should also somehow be compliant with the statutes of the national federation. And this is coming right from the top, from the governing body. Okay? Other things. So the activities of basketball in one country only with the recognition and permission of the national federation. International activity. So if you have leagues, if you have some competitions in between countries, this needs an approval from the national federation, but also from FIBA, okay, this international competition, so to understand a little bit what this is going. There is also a thing here about independent leagues, and if the criteria, and we'll speak about that also in a bit, if some criteria is not met, basically the federation might say, okay, we withdraw the recognition from this entity, the league. Okay? So again, the league, if it exists as a separate entity, it's always subordinated to the federation. It's a different entity, but subordinated. And then, you know, this always needs to be there, but you cannot now decide on different rules for basketball, so you need to follow the commonly accepted rules in basketball. Okay? So this slide, this point about the statutes of FIBA, is to give you a little bit the foundation. You know, the statutes obviously have many more regulations, but it's to give you a little bit an overall picture how this goes down to the national federations, and then they need to spread it to their members. Now, I would actually like, now that we've spoken a little bit about the governance, you have here in page 11, I would like you to discuss a little bit in your groups, what do you think are the characteristics of good governance? Okay? We already spoke about one of them, for instance, transparency. So this is one of the characteristics. But can you think a little bit in your groups how you would define good governance? Jeff will also go a little bit around to help you, to help the discussion and so on. But if you can think about this, I give you 5 minutes, okay, to discuss, and then we get back together to see the ideas from the different groups. It's okay?
Yeah, you'll do it individually, but it's good to discuss as a group, because then you'll get somebody else's.
Group together. Yeah.
The question is,
Okay, very well. I will ask him one example. He's the team captain? And this is it not teamwork? Ah, or else? Okay, so I think that everybody's ready. Let's start. I would ask each group maybe to give 2 examples. I know that you have written a lot of things, but maybe the examples that you feel more comfortable, just give me two of the boxes. We start here, this group.
I think probably the main one that we should take into account is accountability itself. You know, protecting the organization that we're in, and really making sure that the whole management structure is on the same page to try and develop the sport as well as we can.
Okay, very well. Accountability here, this group.
I would like to say that apart from everything you mentioned and we mentioned that's important, I would like to state the group and member organization harmony, because I think without about each other being compliant and being cooperative. Some parts in here that we mentioned would not work.
Okay. So like teamwork, let's say a good environment within the organization. Very well. This group here.
So we thought that having a good manager, teamwork, trust, communication is the key.
Two.
Only two?
Only
Okay,
two.
because we
If
really
not,
want
if not, it takes the opportunity to the other colleagues. We see this group here. Leyenda? No? No? The captain. The player.
So they bring transparency, management structure, and strategy.
And strategy. Very well. Good. Important points. And the group over here?
Do si mësnesh, do për të qenë një klub, do që është funksional, do të ketë 4 shtylla ashtu kështu. Dhe ato është do të ndërmarrë këtë një planifikim, do të një organizim I mirë, natyrisht do të ketë edhe kontrolle ku nuk kuptojnë gjithë ato grupe të apo ekspertët të cilët I pojnë edhe në fund implementimit të gjithë kësaj këtyre planifikimeve në përgjithësi.
Jeff will be liking very much this approach because you are talking about planning, you are talking about implementation, you are talking about oversight. So it's everything that he's going to talk on Sunday. So fantastic, eh? Good. Very well. I think that you touched in very important points. I put here some examples. This is obviously not exhaustive. You had mentioned some of the points. But these are normally recognized, I would say, as the 10 most important points. So, one that we were talking, being accountable, okay? I think that this is clear to everybody. You need to respond, you need to be empowered, but you also need to respond for what you are doing. Transparency. And I would like to call attention here. Transparency does not mean that you publish everything to outside. No. You publish what makes sense that the stakeholders need to know, okay? But you are consistent, you are regular in providing some information. Then we have the part that you were mentioning about strategic, about the planning, okay, that then goes into implementation, monitoring, and so on. So yes, having a strategy or a sort of annual plan, it's something that is important for governance. Something here that nobody spoke, and they are the two somehow related, ethical. So it means that we need to follow some code of ethics, code of conduct. Okay? It means that it's not everything is possible just like when you are on the field. Not everything is possible just to win. Okay? There are some ethical values. There is also the question of being fair. And governance is also important to be fair because there are some issues that you need to decide, some rulings. And somehow you want to be efficient, but you want to be also fair to the different stakeholders. Then, equitable and inclusive. So this is something, for instance, that we talk about, like the boards. I'm very glad to see some ladies here. In some countries, we need to put quotas. I was in October in Rwanda, and it was something very different from what I see the culture in Europe. You don't need to have quotas because the majority in the parliament in the country, they are women. In the boards, they also had a very equitable approach. So it's a different culture, different context, and this does not make so much sense because they already do. Okay? Independent. So basically, we also have different bodies within a federation. We have disciplinary. We can have other kinds of judicial bodies. We can have refereeing. These kind of things. They need to be independent between themselves. Okay? They have a job to do. They need to communicate somehow, but the decisions are done in a different way. Responsive. So responsive means that what you have in governance responds, let's say, to the issues that you might have in sports, that you might have in society. Okay, so basically it's fit for purpose. Then effective and efficient. What it means here is that one of the things that I don't like is when governance is treated as red tape, as administration. Governance should not be there to make your life more difficult, should be there, you know, to protect the organization, to make your work more efficient and so on. And quite often people mistake good governance with having a lot of paperwork, a lot of reports, a lot of things to do. This is not the purpose, okay? Yes, for sure, there needs to be some paperwork, there needs to be some kind of reporting, but there needs to be a sense to it. If we can make it simple, let's not complicate it too much. Okay? The right degree. And then compliant. Well, compliant it means, remember when I was saying from the macro governance, you have the national sports law, for instance, you have the FIBA rules and so on. So, it's very nice that you have a very good governance system, you know, policies and procedures and all these kind of things. But in the end, if you don't comply with it, it's useless. So the implementation that the colleagues were mentioning, it's extremely important. It exists and it needs to be followed. Because otherwise, you know, in my country, we have rules, we have decree laws, we have a lot of things. But people are always trying to find a way around it. How can I escape? How can I do other things? And this becomes a little bit tricky, okay? In the end, I think that somebody also mentioned this. In the end, what we want to do is to create a balance. Some people said about teamwork, consistency, and so on. We want to create trust. We want to create trust in our environment, and the environment are the stakeholders. Stakeholders which are the employees, which is the government, the sponsors, broadcasters, funds, and everything. So what you want to do with governance is to create trust in this environment. Okay? Very well, good. So moving on to the next step. What are the points that we are going to touch here? You know, and as you remember, I said that this is, let's say, relevant to league governance. Obviously, for the clubs, some of the things need to be adapted. What are the points that we are going to touch that are important from this governance point of view? Well, the statutes or constitution, depending on how it is called, the organs or bodies, and we will have now pages a little bit about this. Then, in the case that you have a separate league entity, usually there is a memorandum of understanding or a contract between the national federation and the league. Okay? Then, something that is more operational, more micro-governance, which are the internal controls, policies and procedures. So what should you have in an organization? What are the regular things? What is enough? What is maybe too much? Then the aspect about the compliance that we were talking. I will refer also to the point that we were mentioning about the match fixing, you know, the common, let's say, big governance issues, big topics in sports, the part of integrity. And then in the end, the group over there, behind the column, spoke about strategy. And I would add something else, because it's very much connected. Finances, okay? To implement a strategy, you need resources, and normally financial resources. Well, you can have equipment, you can have people, but in the end, this always translates to a budget. So the two need to go hand in hand. This is something very important. Tomorrow we'll also have financial management, so we will speak even a little bit about this. From a management point of view, these are, I would say, the areas that we identify as key within governance. Let's see a bit more in detail. Statutes, constitution. All of you, whether you are a federation, whether you are a league, whether you are a club, you will have a constitution, you will have a set of statutes. And what is the purpose of this? Because when we are in governance, we are also taking a look, identifying what is the decision-making process, who takes the decisions, in which forums, when can this be done, and so on. And the statutes are very important for this, because they will determine basically how you run your affairs, how you have identified. So, what are the aims and objectives of the federation, league, or club? This is clear. Who are your members? From the club point of view, it depends on the ownership. It might be an institution, it might be an association model, which are the fans, it might be an individual alone that owns the club. In the case of the league, the clubs are the members, okay? So sometimes I hear a little bit, the league this, the league that, and so on. It doesn't make sense because the league are the clubs. Okay, the league represents the clubs, and you need somehow to work together for the betterment of the sport of basketball. Then we have we have the identification of the different levels within the organization. So president, a treasurer, board, all these kind of things, which is linked obviously to the committee structure, to also responsibilities and powers. What are the responsibilities, what are the obligations of these different bodies. Also another aspect is the quorum of the assembly. So how many people do you need for the assembly to be valid? It's also related to the voting powers, because sometimes the members, they don't have all the same voting powers. This depends a little bit on the context. Okay? Then even in terms of the decisions, what type of majority do you need? Like a simple majority or a qualified majority? An example of a qualified majority is, for instance, changing of statutes. Because you don't want 50 plus 1, such a small majority, to change. So quite often the statutes say you need 2/3 or 3/4 to do this. But again, this is how you want to rule, how you want to organize your organization. Well, then the finances. Quite a lot of statutes, they will talk about what is the financial year. They will talk maybe about some rules, some things that need to be presented to the General Assembly. So it's quite often that we see that the budgets need to be presented to an assembly, but also the year-end accounts, so the results. And I will show you later on in the presentation towards the end how does this work between strategy, planning, and finances in a simple way. Then obviously the general meeting. Okay, so in some institutions you have one annual general meeting. It's the meaning of AGM. But in others, I've seen that they predict already ordinary meetings with more frequency, twice a year. You can have extraordinary meetings. So again, this will shape a little bit your decisions and how this can be organized. You have then an identification, of aspects like different rules and regulations. So what other kind of documentation that exists? It will also mean about the discipline and appeal areas. Okay, there is always a chapter about this. So in sum, the Constitution is the key document on how you are established, the different bodies, and how the decisions are taken. Okay? We were talking here, obviously, when I was mentioning about the president, there will also be like an executive committee, a board, a secretary general, or something like this. And this document will specify in broad terms what are the responsibilities, what are also the powers of these different players of the organization. Any points about this? Is it very straightforward? Yeah? Great. Now, when we talk about then the General Assembly and the organs that I was showing there, we will have the General Assembly itself, we have the board, we have the committees and commissions that I will ask you what is their role, and then the executive team. Let's see a little bit in detail how this works. So the General Assembly, clearly, it's the forum for membership of the Federation. Okay? Now, if we go, I've seen some situations, especially in leagues, okay? A General Assembly makes sense when in a board you don't have all the members represented. I've seen some situations in which, in a league, because they only have like 10, 12 clubs or something like this, that they basically forego, they don't have the General Assembly and they only have the board because all of the members are represented there. So the General Assembly here, the purpose is a forum for representation of all the members, where the key decisions go, not the day-to-day operational or, let's say, more short-term, but the key decisions go and they need to be approved by all the members. It appoints the board, So again, this depends a little bit on how it is done. Sometimes it's the president that is elected and then the president appoints the board. But in other cases, the president already shows a team and basically they are appointed as a group. So it depends a little bit. I think that this also is linked to the context, to the culture in the different countries, how this is done. Now, one thing that is very important, the board is, let's say, running the organization from a strategic and a supervisory point of view. But the board should be held accountable by the General Assembly. So the board is reporting to the General Assembly what is happening. So we go again here to the principles of governance, like the accountability, the transparency, these kind of things. Okay. And then the main reasons to have a General Assembly. So things that need to be approved in the General Assembly. One is for sure the annual plan and the budget. Amendments to the Constitution or to the rules. The presentation of the accounts and an activity report by the President, by the Board. And then, in some cases, to elect different bodies. Okay, to elect participants in different bodies. Okay? These are normally let's say, the main reasons to have an ordinary meeting. Elvira, how does it work here in Kosovo? Do you have normally only one meeting a year?
Yes.
When does it take place? Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, we have. So we organize the General Assembly one time per year. So always it should happen during the March.
March.
This is regulation from the Ministry of Sport and Olympic Committee of Kosovo.
Okay.
Yes.
So here it's linked, let's say, to the national sport law. Okay?
Yes.
It's a little
Yes.
bit dictated. So this
Yes.
is one of the examples where, let's say, the statutes of the federation.
All the federation should organize the General Assembly before the Olympic Committee of Kosovo. So we should organize during the March, and then at the end of the March, Olympic Committee they organize their own General Assembly.
And tell me one thing, by curiosity, what is your financial year here? Is January to December, or how does it work?
Yes.
January to December. So we will speak a little bit about this later on when we see this cycle of budgeting and all these kind of things. How does it work? So the tips that we could give you here is minimum. This is minimum annual frequency. As I said, you could have the other option. You have an ordinary meeting, but in some cases you might need to have an extraordinary to sort something, okay? And this is not a problem. Obviously there is more logistics, there is more organization, but quite often this happens. The stakeholder representation. This has to do obviously with the membership. And what we see nowadays as a best practice is sometimes also like association of classes, like what I was saying, players, referees, that can also be represented in a General Assembly. This does not mean that they have a voting right, but in the sense of being inclusive from a governance point of view, in being transparent, this is a possibility that we are seeing nowadays happening. And then transparent voting process, okay, to be very clear how it's working, who are the eligible members, if they can vote in those circumstances, yes or no, how this is working. Now, if we go to the board, and this is something that is very important, and here the names sometimes they change, okay? Can be an executive committee, can be called different things. Now, one of the things that is very important is the main responsibility of the board is the strategic direction. So it's the board that needs to say, we are going towards that point, and this in a club, in a league, in a federation is the same. And then the point of oversight, so the colleagues were talking about the implementation, but who needs to make sure that it's going the right direction? The board has that responsibility. Then obviously the financial responsibility. So this needs to be managed at the level of the board. They need to be aware about what is going on and to take decisions on the basis of that, on the financial situation. Okay? We will see what is the role of the executive team. Then policies and procedures in place to run the organization. It's obviously not them doing this, but they need to make sure that, let's say, the operational governance in the sports organization is in place and it's working well. I can tell you, I give you an example of a federation, I'm not going to say which country, but they received some funds for women's development, you know, in the sport, and then what happened? They used the money for different purposes. So it was not misappropriation of money, but it was basically using for the main national team or something like this. And then this creates a problem. It's a governance issue. Why? They had very good policies and procedures. The issue was that who was signing these expenses? Who could do that? They had meetings with the board, and we will see the frequency. They had meetings only every quarter, but for some reason they didn't present the accounts because they said that they were not audited and so on. So 6 months passed, and suddenly you realize that the money was used for other purposes. This is a problem of governance internally. Okay? And now you need to explain how the money that you receive for the development, in this case of women's, was used for other purpose. It's not easy, it's complicated. Then obviously the part of risk management. So basically the board needs to have a sort of a risk register to understand a little bit what is going on in the sports internationally, domestically and so on, and to see what could be the exposure of the organization. So these risks need to be somehow managed. The part of stakeholder engagement. So talking with the government, talking with the sponsors, talking with different aspects at let's say at the strategic level. Okay? It's time to open the doors. Quite often it's from this level that then you can have an additional sponsorship or something like this. It's clear that the recruitment and supervision of the general secretary, CEO or GM, however we call it, it's with the board. Okay? So the board, the president should have one person that reports to him or to her, which is the general secretary. And we'll see a little bit about the separation of powers, what this means. How does it work here in the clubs? Is the president's role very well defined, or the president wants to do a little bit of everything? How does it work here in Kosovo? What I mean is, are the roles of the different levels of the organization, meaning the board, meaning the executive team, are they well defined, or do we have a president that also wants to be the coach and wants to be doing other things and managing day-to-day life?
От нас няма да би Basketbollit по една organization pošto se čuš diskutува парă-Seminari Kuriaju, zato че кем президенте, кем и позиционата долна борд, кем и позиционата жестица, рапортует пун борд, пун куданка да по той президенте. Andaj funkcionizini hierarki existon odborova odbira.
Okay, perfect. That's a very good sign. Okay, that's exactly what we want. Each one knows what are their roles, their responsibilities, their powers. And then, so basically, recruitment and supervision of this general manager, and then obviously holding to account the executive team. So the executive team is there to operate let's say, the day-to-day management of the federation, club or league, and somehow they need to be held accountable towards the board, normally through this general manager. Okay. Now, the tips here, one has to do with the frequency. I've seen everything. Okay, I've seen from organizations that have weekly meetings to organizations that meet maybe every 6 months, the board. Okay, so it's completely different. From our point of view, let's say a reasonable period would be like monthly meetings. Because you have weekly, it's too much. You basically are just in meetings and discussing. Sometimes I even doubt if there are enough topics to discuss from one meeting to the other. 3 months can be a little bit tricky because a lot of time can pass until you catch up again and so on. So the 1 month would be a recommendation to do. Of course, you can do adaptations. Sometimes I was talking with the Federation yesterday. They don't do 12 meetings a year, but they do 10 meetings a year. So it's fine because you have holiday periods, you have these kind of things. So I would say that it's a good practice to do that. Then the other thing is the board of your organization, and we will have a short exercise about that. The board members, they should have a profile that benefits your organization. Again, whether it is a federation, a league, or a club. So what does it mean? It means that you would like to have people with different backgrounds, with different experiences. Because then you bring different visions into the table, even a different networking, okay? That you know you can contact different businesses or different practices or something like this, okay? And then the other aspect is also sometimes independent people. What do I mean by this? For instance, if you are in a league, which is the case here, you can have boards that are only composed of members of clubs, so the clubs might be board members. There are models like this. But what I mean independent, sometimes it's important to bring somebody from outside with a different vision, because quite often we are very traditionalist. We have always done the things in a certain way. So bringing a different perspective, it's a little bit of fresh air, different perspectives that can help you manage the things in a different way. Besides the aspect of opening the doors and so on. So based on competencies, we are seeing nowadays also these non-executive board members. Sometimes we have also. I don't think that it's a very good practice, but we have board members that are executive at the same time. So it means that they also have like heading a department or something like that. I understand, especially depending on the resources, on the context that you have. But if you can enforce this separation, I think that this would be much more beneficial. And then the aspects that we were saying about equality, diversity, bringing, for instance, also the case of women and so on to the board, so to have this equitable representation, inclusivity, I think that is very beneficial for the organizations, for the sport. Now, when we are talking about the committees and commissions, from the league, from the federation, can you tell me normally what kind of commissions do you have? From there? Somebody can, Elvira is not here. Can you give me some examples of...
Në Federate kemi komisionin mbikëqyrës, ishte mbikëqyr një herë në vetë punën e Federatës, do të thonë raportin e punës edhe raportin financiar, pasqyrat financiare, e kemi komisionin arbitrar, edhe tjetër po kujtohet diçka. Komisioni disiplinor. Kemi këtu kolegë të cilët mund ndërlidh më mirë me komisione tjera.
Si që cekë kolega, përveç ato kena komisionin disiplinor, cili mirët me rastet speciale të cilat komisari gara nuk mund të zgjedh ose nuk ka pas për me shqiptu një dënim ose një vendim pas profesionit garave. Kjo është pra gjithë komisionit cilat veprojnë në Federatën e Basketbollit.
Very well. Okay, so disciplinary is obviously one of the cases, and actually it works a little bit in a different way. So the commissions or committees, whatever they are called, normally they focus on some functional areas. So we talked about finances, oversight, we talk about disciplinary, sometimes we have a competitions committee, sometimes we have an international relations committee, so it can vary a little bit depending on the organization. Now, what is important is, normally, they support the work of the board, but usually they don't have delegated powers. What does this mean? It means that, maybe with exceptions of disciplinary and so on, how you are organized, but usually the commissions are not taking decisions on their own. They are making works to support the board, and then the board is the one that has the executive decision on how to do it. Okay? It obviously depends. In some cases you might have delegated powers, but in general they are there to support the work of the board. Okay? So they could be chaired. This is something that could be considered a good practice. They could be shared by a board member. So there is somebody there to give a little bit the direction and what the board wants and so on. So this is quite common, not always, but it's a possibility, okay, to have somebody from the board doing this. They are making recommendations, on items like strategic development, performance improvement, action plans. So if we are on the matter of the supervision and on the finances side, they might issue recommendations on policies and procedures. They might issue recommendations on the budget if it looks well, yes or no. They do not approve, but they issue a recommendation to the board that on the basis of that recommendation, they will then take a decision on how to do it. Okay? And there is no limit in the number of commissions, so it needs to be basically fit for purpose. What do you need in your institution? What makes sense? I think that here it's the case that you should not have a copy-paste from other organizations. You really need to look what makes sense in my context, my size of organization, my scope. Okay? And minimum, as you said here, finance, disciplinary, technical commission, something like that. Okay? Technical commission can also be something very important. I understand that here, the clubs in Kosovo, you have mostly the senior team. Okay? But imagine the model in which the clubs have youth teams and so on. A technical commission can be something that is very important, okay? Because you are talking about player pathways, you are talking about a series of things on how to improve the performance and so on to feed the senior team. Okay, so this is also something that can be very, very common. Stopping a little bit, any questions? Any questions so far? Does this make perfect sense for you? Yeah?
Yes. Pedro,
please.
When you're doing a committee or a commission, how do you recruit the people? Is it people within the club? Is it independent people outside of the club? Is it players? What would you...
No, very, very good point, Jeff. Very good point. Thank you very much. Here I was mentioning the chairing of that commission, but the point that Jeff mentioned is extremely important. So, to have a committee that is effective and efficient, you should have people with the right profile. Okay? So if you are on a finances committee, you should have people from outside, so the independency on the governance point of view, because what is the point of having a committee if you have internal members just there, okay? They are going to say the same thing that the executive team says. So it's independent people, and in this case, for instance, with the right background, with the finance background, so that when they are looking at the specific topics, let's say their opinion matters. The same thing for technical, you might have people that were sports directors, that were coaches, that were something like this, that have a background. If you go to disciplinary, probably somebody with a legal background or something like that. So it's very important for the committees to work well, to have people with the right profile. Yes, please.
Edhe në Federatën e Basketbollit projojmë këto të rregulluara kështu, siç edhe ligjëruesi Pedro. Pra në Komisionin Mbikëqyrës janë zakonisht njerëz të strukturave ekonomike, kurse në Komisionin Disiplinore janë njerëz nga profili juridik, dhe këtu mos shumë të ka raste kur ndoshta klubet ose komesarin në cilën shqipton masat ndalesës, atëherë lejohet që klubit ose këtë rast drejtori ose trajneri drejtohet Komisionit Disiplinor në rast se dëshiron të parashtrojë ankesë. Kurse te Komisioni Arbitrar kemi zakonisht ish njerëzit ose gjyqtarë të basketbollit raner, të cilët me masën shqiptuse të vendimit Komisarit Bara vendosin se nëse janë shkelën rregullat e basketbollit, të cilat janë për shembull këto ndryshimet e fundit të rregullave të basketbollit nga viti 2020, dhe nëse komesari ka regjistruar ndeshjen e cila ka mundësi të rikthehet ose por vetëm në rast nëse klubi ka parashtruar ankesë. Nëse nuk është parashtruar ankesë, atëherë ndeshja regjistrohet dhe nuk lejohet parashtresa e ankesës mas orarit të cila është kaluar.
Okay. Thank you very much. I will just finish this slide and then we'll take a short break. Sorry. Yes, please.
Faleminderit. E para në dëgjova momentin që prezantimin që e koneksion, para sa i përket një rregullore dhe borde dhe Federata klubeve na obliguar që duhet me përmbajtje ligjet që ne kemi për sport, cilat këto gjëra dalin prej ligjit për sport. Mo që po më intereson që derisa më pyet, është që shëshën nga ona jote, pasi që veni për veni ndryshon, po që shëshën nga venet e vogla, nëse bordi përbëhet prej antarëve të kuvernit federatës, që kështë pati përfaqësimin e antarëve në bord. Nëse është Superliga, nëse ka 2, 3 ose 4 liga, që kështë pati që i shkon nga mire që jetë përfaqësimi i gjithë antarëve në bord. Edhe pikja tjetër, po mendoj ndoshta shembulli i Serbisë, e cila e ka bordin, po mendoj ma funksionale, e cili punon atë të zhvillimit të basketbollit, që ndalën që të antari i bordit ka ndara detyrat për zhvillim edhe funksionalizim të basketbollit.
No, thank you very much. First I will go to a point here, and then I will go to this one. So very important, I see that the National Federation here is actually, let's say, conducting business in line with these best practices, because you have specialists in the different areas. It's also a question about credibility, you know, because if you have people that are recognized on those fields and so on, obviously it's much easier to pay attention and to accept. I think that disciplinary normally is something different. Again, this will depend a little bit on the different countries, but it's completely an independent body, okay? That should not be subject to the pressures of the board, of the General Assembly, or something like this. So it's different. It's really an independent body. It's different than a technical commission or something like that. Now, going back to the best practices, we actually have an exercise that I'm going to ask you the profile. And this varies immensely. But when we define the 10 characteristics of governance, it already gives you a hint. It needs to be inclusive. So if you have different rules, if you have different leagues, okay, then you need to have a representation of these leagues. You know, a first league, a super league, a second league, or something like this. And then this is also linked, for instance, with possibly, if it's in the board, in voting rights or something like that. The exercise that we are going to have, I'm going to ask you what are the profiles that you believe that you need in there. Now, in the question that you have, in small organizations, and Florian will also say a little bit about this, in small organizations, when you don't have enough people and they assume different positions, well, is it ideal? No, it's not ideal, okay? Because you don't have this independency, you don't have this transparency and so on, because am I using the hat A or B or what is going on? But quite often, it's in some cases in these smaller organizations, it's a must because they don't have the resources, they don't have the capabilities to do it. But it's not ideal. So the best situation is to have this representation of the different stakeholders, okay, and functioning in an independent as possible way as it can be. Florian?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to raise another point also that was not mentioned so far, and that point to me is critical, is the importance of playing collective. And you started the presentation, Pedro, by saying that this is super important. Sorry, I moved so you can also see me. But it is super important for everybody to play collective. You are competitors on the court, but you need to play together on the court. And why I'm saying all of this? Because everything that was presented so far is great, has to be done, but despite the fact that you have all the great things that were presented, I have seen some organizations that, you know, have right mechanism, good members and so on, but when it comes to discuss hot topics, they have the tendency to look only at themselves and the interest and the best interest of their own clubs. So, you know, and then suddenly the general interest or the best interest of the league was put in the secondary, as a secondary layer. And that's super important to me that, you know, all the structure that we talk about is super important. All what has been highlighted by Pedro so far is super important. But all of this, you know, doesn't reach the level of trust and efficiency if nobody is playing collective. So whoever you appoint or whoever is appointed in commissions or in boards, they have to think not as a club, but have to think for the best interest of the league. Otherwise, you will have some problems. You will have some people that are blocking projects or blocking, a committee or a commission to make some sound proposals because it's not in the best interest of their club. And I've seen that from my own experience when I was working in a national league in basketball some years ago. And this is not good for basketball. So I really would like to make that point that everything here has to be done, but think about the people that are in place or would be in place. They need to have to come with this mindset that I'm not coming here to represent the best interest of my club and only this. I'm coming because I want to play collective and I want to try to raise the level of governance and I want to try to raise the level of basketball, because if everybody benefits, my club will also benefit. And sometimes we have the tendency to forget it. That was just the point I wanted to make to complement what was said so far.
Thank you very much. I actually had situations in which happened what Florian is saying. So basically, the members pulling in different directions, and then you have a dysfunctional board. You know, it does not fulfill its process because it becomes more political than rather, let's say, developing the league, developing the sports in the country. So here to finish this part of the commission's committees, the number needs to be fit for your purposes. So as I said, there are minimums, traditional ones that exist, but it's difficult to say what is the best practice. And then the other point that Jeff was raising, so to appoint technical people, you know, instead of distribution of places, and you are my friend, and I put you in this committee and I don't know anything about that, so my contribution is not great. So to appoint really relevant technical people that can bring something to the discussion and to the recommendations issued to the board. Okay? So we will have now a short break. Florian, what is normally the time? It's 15 minutes. Yeah. So I would ask you to be here at 11:10. You have the coffee break outside, and then we'll restart with the executive team. Thank you.
On the impact two things. So basically, some of our players that were exclusion at the level of the law. So we offer that, we sign a contract, and I call it Switch Plus. So basically, we'll train, we develop a special program for a 3-hour workshop on integrity, 8 players aged 16 to 20. Basically, I want to have 3,000 and like whatever, or 20 players playing this summer championships in 50 countries. So we'll train these people for this, give them the content on the first day, and then the second we'll train them how to deliver players, the clean image and all that. Then they go back to their countries and then deliver with every team before they go to the European Championships. And it will be about players interacting and learning about match fixing, about the use of social media, about the use of sports, all of it. And then all these players, I want them when they arrive at the European Championship already to have these skills. So this is really one. And then the other one is again, we are together with Portuguese, with football associations and others. Sport management, match fixing is also videos on But yeah, I'm really kind of, we're the first international organization that really is doing this.
Somebody was saying to me recently,
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, I was approached for some of the topics before. I wanted to give you an example. For instance, when you are in the context of a league, you need to decide who is the president. And I've seen some situations in which the board of the league is constituted of clubs, but the president is also a president of a club, so he does the two positions. And this is, I would say, common. It happens quite often, but it can be an issue, okay, because of the independence and so on, because the person is there. On the one hand side is president of the club, on the other side should be doing this collective game for the betterment of the sport, of the league and so on. So there are some difficult circumstances there, you know, conflicts of interest and so on. My preference, I would say that the best practice when you establish a league, an independent president, okay? Independent from the clubs. Maybe the past he was in the club or something like this, but he needs to be independent from the clubs. Otherwise, he'll always go into some conflicts. Okay. So now we go actually to the executive team, okay? And the executive team is led by the GM, CEO, Secretary General, whatever we call it. And what do they need to do? Well, they need to do the operational execution of the strategic or operational plan, okay? Jeff will speak about that on Sunday and the difference between an operational and a strategic plan. Obviously, these people, you know, these are the departments, these are the colleagues that are running the day-to-day of the club or of the federation. So they probably participated in the plan, but now they need to implement it because, you know, we can have, I've done many plans, we can have very nice plans, they can look very nice, but if we don't implement them, we are not successful, okay? So in the end, the implementation and the monitoring is very important. So they are doing the operational execution, meaning the implementation, and then Secretary General reports to the board, and this is the control, the oversight view of what is going on. And I also tell you one thing, I've never seen a perfect plan. There will always be deviations. And this is the role then of the board. Sometimes the objectives need to change, priorities need to be reestablished, more resources, something like this. This is what they need to do. But there needs to be like almost a symbiotic approach, good collaboration, like what you were mentioning about teamwork. Teamwork is not only within the executive team, between the different departments. It's between the different levels of the organization. Without that, if not everybody is pulling in the same direction, then it becomes more difficult, you are not effective, you are not efficient. So day-to-day management across all the functions. The leadership is clearly via the CEO, and the reporting is to the board, as I was explaining. Okay? Now here there are also some tips. One is capacity building. So in reality, for instance, what we are doing here today, I think that sometimes it's very important to come to these forums, because these opportunities do not come across every day. And sometimes we might have the feeling, we already know about this, you know, and these forums I'm talking now, today we are talking about governance, but you might have a clinic that you are talking about the rules in basketball and what are the changes and so on. And then if you don't know about this, when you get to the games, to the season, if you miss that because you think that you know everything, then you might miss some opportunities, you might make some mistakes. This is something quite often that we see. The other thing is leadership and motivation, okay, within the team. So the profile of the sector in general is very important because in the end, you know, when we are in an era of globalization, digitization and all of this, but in the end, a machine does not replace a human being. It has to do with interactions of people, it has to do with the motivation, the hard work and all these kind of things. So the communication and the motivation are some very important characteristics. Then it's the question of empowerment. Okay? I was asking if the presidents here, if they want to micromanage and to do these kind of things. Sometimes it's an issue that we have, that the people are not empowered. But to be empowered, we need the trust that we are saying. We need the trust that the person knows what he or she is doing. We need the trust to know that the person is going to accomplish that, and that the job will be done in a good way. So it works both ways. Okay? And then finally, it's what I call the top-down and bottom-up approaches. I will show you a little bit even when we are discussing about the budget, how to do a budget. This is always an organization, it's like a sort of a negotiation always. When you are doing an operational plan, okay, I say that the board has the strategic responsibility, but it's not the board members normally that are doing the details of the plan. The board members are setting the strategic direction, meaning what are the important goals, what are my key objectives, so basically what are the priorities, where do I want to be in a certain number of years, months or whatever. But who is doing the work? It's the executive team. So now you need to do what we call an operational plan, is an activity plan, it's another way of calling it. It's basically telling a story, saying how I'm going to reach from the moment that I'm now until the point that the board wants. And this is a negotiation. Why? Because if I only take instructions from above, the top-down approach, okay, if I just say yes, then maybe I'm taking some things that are not realistic. I need maybe to counter-argue and to do the bottom-up approach and to say, okay, with the money that you give me, with the budget that you give me, I cannot accomplish everything that you ask me to do, but I can do this and this and this. And then the negotiation is the discussion between the two different levels, and sometimes from a cultural point of view, I don't know how it is here in Kosovo, sometimes it's difficult because in some cultures, the persons that are at the operational level, it's difficult to talk with the people that are above to say no. You know? And then you depart already from the wrong point. I give you an example. Organizing a major tournament, my boss tells me, Pedro, you need to do 95% of ticket sales. And we are talking about 1.5 million tickets. And I say, no, it's not possible, I cannot do this. So how much can you do? 85. And she tells me, Pedro, for 85, thank you very much, I send you away and I find another person that can do the job. So we have a discussion and so on, and we reach an agreement, 90%. Okay? So I put out my point of view, my boss also obviously has to fulfill objectives and to generate the revenue, and in the end I did 98% or something like this. But, okay, the job was done, we could do better, fantastic, but the objective was defined, the KPI, the key performance indicator, was identified at that level. Now, if you translate this into your yearly objectives, this is something that you need to do. So, empowerment, communication, top-down and bottom-up approach for the negotiation, and to find something that your organization feels comfortable. I think that this is extremely important. Now, this is an area more specific to the federation, and it's more specific in the case that you decide to create a separate league, I mean as an entity. And normally there are 3 or 4 reasons why you want to create a separate league. Okay? The main reason, I should have asked you, now that I put here, there's no point in making the question because you can read it. But the main reason to create a separate league normally is maximization of revenues. So, you want to set up a structure that will have additional costs and so on, because you feel that you can do a more professional job and maximization of revenues. This is one. The second reason why this happens is a governance matter. In your case, I don't think that this is the situation, but in the countries that you have regions, normally the representation on the General Assembly, the regions have the majority of the votes vis-à-vis the clubs. So the regions decide, have a very important role in the main decisions, sometimes with the top league. And the clubs, they don't feel very comfortable out there because they say we should decide on our own matters. And this is one reason sometimes why a separate league is created. There are other alternatives to solve this issue without creating necessarily a separate league. But this is one reason. The other thing is, for instance, about the focus, the professionalism. The federation might say, okay, we want a separate league because we want to focus more on the massification, so on the youth development or on the performance side on the national teams. So let's do this, and we will have an organization that takes care about the club leagues and so on. Okay? So they are different possibilities. And then, what is important? This document is extremely important. And remember what I said in the beginning, the macro governance, that the league is, even if it's a separate entity, needs always to be affiliated to the national federation. We have some countries in which the relationships are not very clear, are not very transparent, and sometimes the league seems a completely different body that takes the decisions regardless of the federation. This is not good for basketball. So usually what happens? There is a memorandum of understanding between the two entities or a contract, whatever we want to call it. And this contract basically identifies the areas that are delegated. Delegated by whom? Delegated by the National Federation to the league. So what are the things that you will be doing? Your scope, which will impact obviously on the statutes. Representation. This is very important. So, as part of good governance, inclusivity, transparency, all these kind of aspects, there should be a mutual representation. What do I mean by this? In the board of the league, there should be a representative from the federation. And in the EXCO or board of the federation, there should be a representative from the league. The league becomes now a member of the federation, so the federation also needs to change their statutes to acknowledge that there is a separate league. Okay? So this is very important, and this is a source, sometimes it's a source of many problems, because there is no mutual representation, so it's the us and them. It's two separate entities, and it's not good because the communication bridges are not good. Other things that this document talks about is how will the referees and the disciplinary bodies work. Okay, so now you have two different institutions. Who has the disciplinary power? Who has the refereeing matters? The traditional approach is that this is in the federation. There can be some variations, but normally it's how it's done. Okay? But you need to decide some aspects about payments to the referees, how does this work, and all these kind of things. The other point that is very important, and I will show an example, it's the regulations, the rules. What is the review and the approval process? So now that we have a different entity, is it the league doing the rules? Is it the federation? What is the voting mechanism? Does the federation, if it's not a federation to do, does the federation have a rectification power? And what it means is that in this model, the league, meaning the clubs, they do the rules, and then the federation rectifies or not, meaning has the final say, the final approval, yes or no. Or are the definition of the rules completely in the federation, and how do the clubs participate in terms of giving their feedback? So it's questions that are important, that you need to sit and you need to decide how it's going to work. And then competition matters, the calendar process, the promotions and relegations, the player registration and so on. Well, if you have a league, you might have within that organization, so league as entity, you might have one or two competitions, but the federation will have the other competitions. And you have a national and an international calendar. So you need to understand between the different divisions, what is the promotion, the relegation, what are the formats, how does this work, So this is normally reflected into this document. Okay? And then, you know, well, we already, the club representation here is a little bit different. So it's the club representation. Now you created a separate institution. How are the clubs represented in the General Assembly of the Federation and in the Board and General Assembly of the League? Because you can have different models. You might say, okay, now that we have a league and the league is our member, it does not make sense for every single club, for the clubs to be represented in the General Assembly of the Federation. So again, here there are no best practices. The best practice is to discuss and to reach an agreement what makes sense in your context, in your country. This document is extremely important, and here I would have three tips. One is reciprocity, meaning to acknowledge that now this is not a question of power. This needs to be put in a good manner, you know, in terms of the stakeholder management, and to have representation of either entity on both sides. This is very much linked with the transparency, so one of the good governance principles. And the other issue for me is validity of this document. For how long is it valid? Because one of the things that I see quite often, and this is a problem, not only in this document but in the regulations, is sometimes organizations do regulations and they are not changed for 5-10 years. This is not good. Because the game is evolving, because there are issues that need to be solved, and when you have something that is very outdated, it does not serve anybody. So, a typical validity is 2-3 years for this memorandum of understanding. And for that period, it's very clear what needs to be done. Then you go again to a negotiation process and you see what happened, you make a balance, what went well, what didn't go so well, and you make the necessary adaptations. Okay? So this is something specific. I think it's interesting for you clubs to understand, but it's very specific to the relationship between a federation and an autonomous. Any questions here? Yes, please.
Kisha došli mi në ufture gjithë këti prezentimi që e bëne. Shkak se jemi njoftoj që gjitha këto rreth kompeticionet e bara, Federata e Basketbollit pra zhvillon dhe i ka gara të gjitha në kontrollin e vet. Nuk kemi ndonjë ligë e cila është jashtë kryen aktivitetin e vet, jashtë gara të Federatës Basketbollit Kosovë. Gjithashtu referës dhe komisionet ose disiplinore tjera që janë veprojnë në organe të federatës, si edhe këto profesionet e gara gjithashtu aprovohen nga Bordi i Federatës Basketbollit dhe gjitha ndeshjet zhvillohen vetëm me rregullat e basketbollit konform rregullores të FIBA-s, pra Basketbollit, dhe nuk kemi ndonjë kalendar tjetër të cilën do të jetë jashtë Federatës Basketbollit edhe këto ndeshje të cilat janë ndërkombëtare, ekipet tona të cilat paraqiten në FIBA Competition, pra kalendari aprovohet ashtu që primare janë garat të cilat ekipet i zhvillojnë në kuadër të ligës së FIBA-s. Gjithashtu gjithë lojtarët e delegacionit të tyre të klubeve regjistrohen në sajtën e cili është linki regjistrohu për klub, në të cilën klubet i dhënë të gjitha planat rreth lojtarëve dhe ajo është një formë e FIBA MEP-it, të cilën e kemi marrë si shembull nga ju dhe tash 2 vite vepron në kuadër të Federatës Basketbollit. Reciprociteti është gjithashtu tena shumë transparent, gjitha ndeshjet, gjitha ligat të cilat zhvillohen në kuadër të Federatës, pas përfundimit brenda 48 orëve të ardhshme, informohen në bazë të biltenit ose informatorëve të cilat shpallen rezultatet, rendikat tabelare si dhe vendimet e komisarit të ndihmeve dhe të cilat kanë validitetin brenda 48 orëve tjera të bëhet edhe pagesa ose të shkruhet të regjistrohen si borxhe në Federatën e Basketbollit.
No, thank you very much. Well, it's clear that your model is that the league's competition is run under the federation, which is fantastic. Here we are not advocating that there should be a separate entity or not, but it exists in some countries, okay? And in some countries the relationship sometimes it's not very clear, so it's in this sense. For you, I don't think that it's applicable because you do everything within the federation. Florian, yes, please.
Yes, thank you. And that was actually a very good comment and question. I just would like to share one case that I have seen. I have seen a federation that had a separate entity. I will not name the federation, but a European federation having this type of setup. And at the end of the day, because of all the problems that this created and the willingness of the league to, you know, separate even further and also to see themselves bigger than where they were actually. At the end of the day, it was a huge problem for the federation to keep them under control and to also, it's not really the control actually, but it's more the, how to say, the connection between what the league is doing and what kind of role they have. And that was hurting the development of the players that the federation was trying to put as a central piece of their strategy. So at the end of the day, because of all the problems, and after long story short, they decided to reintegrate the league inside the federation. And that is really a better model for them because of their size, because of their environment. That was way better to keep them under the roof of the federation. Since they have been doing that, their growth has been tremendous, because they were able suddenly to be under the same roof and to go in the same direction. Having a league that is not mature enough and that doesn't have really a huge purpose to be a separate entity could actually be counterproductive for the basketball development and for the good governance of basketball in the country. So I would strongly recommend that before you even envision something like that in the future, if that happens, just be careful because you don't want to do a mistake that you don't want to see yourself too big, and then at the end you create more problems than actually you're solving problems by creating a separate entity. And again, as I was saying, I've seen some cases, and the one I was just referring where it was a big issue and they had to reintegrate them, and since then they are doing way better. So there is no promised land of having a separate entity. In some cases it does make sense, in some cases it just does not. And you know, people who know me, they like to say about me that I'm a little bit control freak. I like everybody to be under the same roof. I like this idea because I think this is much easier to actually put a common direction to everybody. If you start to be separated, it has more complications in my own view. And just to give you an extra example, not an example that I know, I'm French, so the French system, they had a separate entity for the men's league, first and second division, and even the youth national league, but the women's league remained under the roof of the federation. So it could be also a mix, and you have so many variations possible. I just wanted to give that extra point.
No, thank you very much. And this takes me to a point that, well, what Florian is saying is completely clear. I think that sometimes another reason that I didn't put there is that different countries want to create a league because, you know, my neighbor has done it. It's like sort of trendy, something like this. It's not a good reason, okay? The league needs to be self-sustainable. The governance relationships have to be good. So in a case that in the future you are thinking of something, consider this point. The rest, I think that you are doing very well. So keep up with the good work with the model. We are now discussing the next topic that we had there in the part of governance are the controls, policies and procedures. So basically here we are already talking a little bit more about day-to-day operations, what I could call a micro-governance or something like this. And basically your federation, your organization, your sports organization needs to define, depending on many things, but I would say that your size is also important. A number of policies and procedures that make sense, to stabilize a little bit, to have a certain consistency, that you are not reinventing the wheel, that the processes are clear, the separation of powers, segregation of duties, whatever we are talking, okay? And basically telling its members, which are normally the staff members, how to operate efficiently. For instance, if we are talking about the financial management, it means that good practices are, we need to have annual audited accounts. And remember what the slide that I showed in the beginning also from FIBA, from the statutes, okay? Well, it's also relatable to the last point that I mentioned, because remember it says that it's the federation, the sole body that represents basketball in the country, and that it might delegate in other entities or take this delegation out, the example that Florian was saying. But it also mentioned about the sustainability, about the annual accounts, about independence. So it means, audited accounts, it might mean annual budgets, it might mean monthly reports, forecasting, financial procedures that I put here. I just put some examples, levels of authorization of expenses and payments, what is the difference between them, we'll see tomorrow, procurement, risk register, and so on, okay? So this is just an example. And actually, we have an exercise here. So what I would like you, bearing in mind your experience, your context in Kosovo, I would like that you discuss in a group what are the key policies and procedures that you have or that you think you should have in your organization. Let's discuss a little bit what kind of typical things we could have. I gave you some examples from the financial point of view. For instance, procurement. The definition of procurement policy, okay, or process is one of the examples. I give you 5-10 minutes to discuss in your groups, and if you can put some examples. It's okay? Yeah? You tired? I know that it's not an easy topic. What is the role in the code? I got the coach. So this for you is a little bit. You are not in the management of the project. It's interesting. You make everything, yeah? One man show.
But this is not the first one. Happened in Austria with the union.
So how many staff do you have? Me? But people
Yeah, not bad. So many in Austria. Because there were like 5 or 6 women's clubs. And I just said, oh, what the girls, I went outside because it was one club whose daughters were playing in the club, and
it's not easy, eh? It's not easy.
And it's happened at mass level here. I think that is because observation is but they still receive that.
You need to go to the first league to have more income and to be able to have some fixed employees. Very well. Is it okay? Yeah? Perfect.
Is everybody okay? Yep. Safety.
Which one are what are the policies of safety? Huh? Goodwill. Hopefully, after we discuss here, maybe you have some ideas. This group is here. Gentlemen, how is it? Communication, discussion first. But it's okay? It's understandable?
because I have to deliver the home constitutions at this level before we don't know what this
I thought it's really personal, you know, to run this organization.
He's
good in marketing. I mean, he shaped just the communication, the branding, and all that. He puts a different live streaming. He's doing a lot of this.
incredible things like stuff.
Recruitment process, things like this.
Okay. Well, we already here and there. We need just some time to fast. That's what we discussed.
Okay.
We're moving very fast.
Check.
In some directions. You know, growing always. There will be some limitation because of the environmental balance.
Also, we got wrong in the case of it was really winning meetings. General Assembly General was really insulted by us, but like real insults. That was disgusting. I've never seen that before. You come to an assembly and okay, you can have some disagreements, some stronger voices and so on, but here was it was horrible. And then this is not to me after, and it's what came to me and said, you see what we are facing, something for the long term.
No, I've seen that's what I'm telling you. I've seen people
Or run the organization like to everybody, and they recruitment this was really
I need to
and it's not only we call them the dinosaurs.
This is something that is not a plan.
One guy that is investing money for the last 15 years, very junior structure, and they always end up second, third, so, you know, wait to lose somebody's fault, the federation, the other club, and his behavior, he's also you know, on one hand he's very positive for the sport, on the other how we deal with it. You know, so it's one of those things that
how do you purchase?
When they were playing the cup final this year, and our board, we were mixed sitting together watching the show, and she said, I should see, I didn't here, the boss, I should never shut up the next who is the enemy, who is this, you know, who is also the press, look at that one right here, once a night, and again, you know, despite the effort so much to the referees, this is the attitude. But he says, I cannot deal with that, and because I know that he pull away from that. But to be honest, I don't think that I should handle this myself. That's why
So what kind of examples do you have?
And we sometimes have to show
What is your responsibility?
calling names and even to family members.
Tell me a little bit. So it's like procedures, policies and procedures for organization of the match. Is that it? Okay. What is the difference between safety? You need to be more precise. What is how to do it? Do you have other things? Okay. Advertisement. You are working. You are working. What is your responsibility? Ah, okay. What do you mean? What do you mean? Like a policy and procedures for advertisement. Tell me. It's not exactly. Here is, for instance, let's suppose you have to purchase something, which can be an advertisement or something else. The policy and procedure tells you what are the steps that you need to do in order to fulfill that. The steps is, okay, who can make a request? Who will approve the request? I don't know, how many votes do you need from the suppliers? These kind of things, you know. So it's basically, when you have a policy, a procedure defined, it's because
What is your name? Okay. You are buying something and you do it your own way. Then she comes and he does it in his own way. So it's not efficient, it's not clear. So policy and procedure needs to have a standard approach that the whole organization follows. The objective is to be more efficient, and from a governance point of view, this is the authorization. Very well. Okay, let's go back here. Are you doing something? Yeah, let me show this. Let's see then here some examples. Let's start now by this table. Can you give me an example of policy and procedure?
Unë jam drejtori i klubit Basketbollit PA. Po ndalën atë rekrutimi. Për shembull, klubi i Basketbollit PA punëson me kontrata shumë njerëz. Tash po përmendi një kryetrajner që ne kemi marrë nga Maqedonia për rreth. Dhe porti i klubit dhe normal ata njerëz që cilët e udhëheqin klubin duke vetur nga presidenti, menaxheri dhe porti i klubit që organizoi trajnerët, kemi vendosur për me marrë një trajner. Dhe arsyeja pse kemi marrë këtë trajner, dhe jemi përcaktuar ta marrë trajner, ka qenë CV-ja e tij. Arritjet e tij dhe karriera e tij shumë e suksesshme. Por kjo është një ndër njerëzit të cilët së fundmi kemi punësuar në KBP-ja. Ndërkaq, ka ona marketingut i kemi punësuar edhe 3 agent. Pra, me kontrata 2 vjeçare, agjentë të cilët do të ndihmojnë me gjetjen e kontratave, nepotësisht ata do ta kenë një pagë të cilën e ka caktuar klubi për ata, të desën për punën të cilën ata e kryejnë dhe do ta ndihmojnë klubin shumë në aspektin e marketingut. Klubi ka rekrutuar edhe shumë njerëz tjerë, por ne jemi një klub i cili funksionojmë mendoj mjaft profesionalisht. Ne kemi të punësuar shumë njerëz me kontrata, për shembull kemi trajner për gjeneratat e reja, kemi menaxher, kemi drejtorë financiar, të gjithë këta janë njerëz të cilët punojnë për klubin, paguajnë kontributet pensionale e shumë tjera, pra njerëz të cilët punojnë me kontrata dhe janë rekrutuar me klubin e basketbollit PA, të cilët secili nga këta e kryjnë një punë domethënë në fushën të cilët i takojnë. Për shembull, të marrim për shembull fundana te këta 3 agjenda të cilat i kemi punësuar, të cilët i kemi punësuar sepse i kanë rrit hyrat e klubit mjaft shumë. Pra e kanë pas një efektivitet shumë të madh.
Okay, thank you very much. This group over here.
Diskutim të cilën e borë këto, rram dakord që shumicën e klubeve të na udhëheqin vetëm drejtorat sportiv. Bordi ekziston, drejtori ekziston, po drejtori sportiv është ai i cili ka në do këtë rast rekrutimin e drejtorëve, stafit apo krejtësarëve. Kjo është në një pozitive, por në disa raste po është edhe negative. Pasi ky i zgjatë vetë këtë kondon dhe vetëm i raporton në mënyrë formale bordet. Kjo është vlerësimi jote.
Okay, so again related to staff, to recruitment, this group over here, can you give me a different example?
Malet. Tash na I përmendëm planin financiar, përmendëm marketingin, edhe të nisem më interesant që më kon kreativ, mi pas të ide ndryshe për tjerëve, diçka më unike me tregu të tjerë.
This group over here, can you give me some examples of policies and procedures?
Yes. I've added proper trainings, policies and procedures with to my organizational structure because to me those are important for people and members to function properly within the organization.
When you are saying training, are you talking about players or you are talking about the staff?
I would include both training and for players and staff.
Okay, very well. And finally, the group over here.
Okay, the task is 15 people and we're expected to grow. So obviously the first would be the procedures, which is the constitution and the statutes, which we would have to identify. And then maybe place or identify individuals that are correct for the certain fields like financial planning, operational planning, strategic planning, and put them in those sections. And the other one would be then to just execute the plans, basically.
But do you have any examples of policies and procedures when you are running the day-to-day life? Let's see then some examples here. Okay, what do we mean? So it's clear that you start by the Constitution. This is the founding document. This is clear. It's clear that one of the good practices about governance is to have planning. Okay, operational or strategic, we will see the difference in a little bit. But then the day-to-day life, you are not planning every day. Okay? Yes, of course you can say I need to plan how to, when I go out of home, I take the car, I go to the job, all these kind of things. But you are running, okay? You are running the operations of your organization. And for running the operations of your organization, you need to define some aspects. These are some examples. It does not mean that you need to have all of them. So you mentioned here different things. Where is it? Staff manual, okay? Which normally would have, for instance, like a recruitment process, a recruitment policy. And you mentioned that you want to have coaches with the correct profile, you want to have players and so on. This is on the sporting side. But on the personal side, somebody mentioned here, I need to put, actually I think it was you, I need to put the right people in the right place. So what is a process for recruitment? You need to identify a job description. What are the requirements that I need? You need to go to the market. You need to see the candidates compare with the job description. Okay? You need to have maybe interviews with the people. And you need then to select the most appropriate candidate. This is from a management point of view from the club. From the sporting, it will be different metrics. A staff manual might also have things like, I don't know, holiday period that you have. Might have opening and closing times, okay? Might have different other matters, you know, maternity leaves, paternity leaves, whatever it is. So this is something, if you have 2 people working in the club, maybe it's not very relevant, but when you start to grow, you don't want you don't want the people asking always the same questions and something like this. So you do a policy and a procedure, and then it becomes a standard approach. So what other kind of things can we have? And don't forget that this presentation was done from the National Federation League point of view. So the federation, as far as I remember, had 13 employees. It's already a sizable number. So some things, code of conduct. This is very important for a federation. Code of conduct is, or an ethics code, basically how do you expect the people to behave? The members. And who are the members of the federation? Clubs. Could have other members, but they could have a code of conduct for players, for clubs, for officials, for whatever it is. Another example is contract management. And contract management is you need to do some contracts. Sometimes you have some purchases that go to a level of a contract, and you need to know, for instance, who is going to sign. What is the process? How does this work? Who prepares the contract? Maybe it's somebody internal, maybe it's somebody external. But this is important, and sometimes a contract is what I call pluri-annual, meaning that it cuts across different years. It does not start and end in the same year. Okay? So it becomes more important. Data protection, especially in the European Union, this is very important. You know, it's the things that we are seeing nowadays, sharing the data of your players, of your staff with some entities, what you keep in your records and so on. This is European law within the EU and the signatory parties. So this, in some countries, it's very important. Document retention. This is something that is very much linked to your regulations, to your laws here in Kosovo. For instance, an invoice. After you pay, can you destroy it immediately, or are you obliged by law to keep it for a period of 5-10 years? And who talks about an invoice talks about other documents, contracts with the players. Okay? Do you need to keep it or not? So it's something that you can easily regulate and everybody knows, because if you don't know about the regulations, you had a contract for some reason with you, you throw it away. Oh, I didn't know about that. Okay? You might have, about the topic that we talk about, integrity and match fixing, which you can even produce some brochures, you know, if there is a case, how do you report, who you need to inform, what are the steps, these kind of things. It does not need to be something very complicated. But obviously, in the scope of a federation, this can be extremely important, especially when you told me today that there are some issues or some doubts about this in Kosovo. Travel policy. You know, do you travel by business, by economy? Do you stay in 5 stars, 3 stars, whatever it is? So this is also something that can be very useful, even for your sports team. You know, are you individual rooms? Do you need to share rooms? When you sign this, and this normally is approved by the board, then it becomes very clear to everybody. There are no more discussions about that. Okay? Staff manual, we spoke already a little bit. For instance, if you have a headquarters, you know, security, safety, clocking, cleaning, whatever it is, IT, the usage of IT and phones. You might have something about brands. Somebody told about advertisement. Some federations or some clubs, they have a brand manual. And this can be something very complex, can be hundreds of pages, but can also be 5 pages or something like this. How to use the logo, what are the colors, you know, how do these things, what is the font that you need to use in official documents, something like that. So it can be very simple, but it gives you some consistency and an idea of professionalism. Because if you are picking a document and you are writing in a certain font, you know, you write in capital letters, bold, and your colleague over there is writing completely different, it's not a consistent image of your club. And the clubs are brands, because if you are looking to obtain, I think that we had this in the previous session, if you are looking to improve your image, to have engagement with the fans, to have monies from the sponsors, you are a brand. So you need to have this kind of consistency. In the business world, this is important. Internet and social media. How are your people using the social media? The other day, as Florian, I will not tell what is the federation, but I was entering in a site, I click a link, and apologies, but I go to a Chinese porn site. This is not something that I want to see. Okay? Or how the people use the internet in working times, or the social media, you know, can everybody talk to the media? Do you have a spokesperson? This kind of things. Event management. So some of you were also mentioning how to organize a match, how to do the trainings, you know, all these kind of preparations, especially, and I know that the federation has a team manager, so he should have some sort of guidelines, you know, how to do the things from different points, from traveling, from contacting the players, from the logistics, from these points. And again, this needs to be adapted to your level. You don't need to have all of this. And as I said, you might have something that is very complicated if you are a very big organization, or you might have something very simple. If we go to a multi-sport club, let me give the example of a Barcelona that has hundreds of staff and different sports and so on, they will have something that is necessarily more complicated than the club that only has a senior team in basketball, because you don't need as much. What else? Procurement. I think that procurement is more clear, and we will speak tomorrow, so it's linked with expenses and payments, who signs, how many quotes, all these kind of things, who does the different jobs, the different policies and procedures, who is making, tomorrow we will see the difference between authorizing an expense and authorizing a payment, who is, I don't know, writing the checks or doing the bank transfer, how does this work, so the cash flow management, the segregation of duties. I have a question. Do you know, can somebody tell me what do you understand as segregation of duties in a management context? Have you heard about this term, segregation of duties? Let's put it in the financial terms. Can you tell me? Do you understand my question? I want to know in the management, so now I'm not talking about sports and the players and so on. I'm saying you have a club, you have a league, you have a federation, and you are managing the federation from day to day. And there is a term that we often heard here, which is segregation of duties. And my question is, what does this mean in the management context? In practical terms, what does this mean in an organization? What is a segregation of duties?
Risk, just say something, throw something out there so we can start the discussion.
We are talking, yes, in this point of view, the policies and procedures.
Po, zakonisht edhe klubet kanë njerëz të cilët I ndajnë detyrat sa I përket menaxhimit financave. Është zakonisht klubet, në si klub funksionojnë kështu që e kemi një zyrë e cila mirët pak më edhe me auditimin të çka është bërë deri në për vitin që kemi pas si sezon, po edhe financat do të çka ka lidhje me shtetin, do të që kemi procedurat të cilat duhet I kryjmë, janë njerëz do të personalizuar, do që mirën me financat e klubit. Do të janë detyrat që zakonisht besoj që çdo klub profesionist që jemi këtu janë të ndonë, janë të detyrat të cilat zakonisht I bojnë ata që mirën me financa, me ekonomi. Me kontabilitet.
Ndimi jam realisht është ai që zyrtar që ose personi që I proceson, I lon, tjetri që I certifikon, ai që I aprovon edhe ai që shpenzon.
Okay.
Mendoj që domethënë tri fazat fillestare ose deri në përfundim të tyre janë më së planifikimi, I cili bëhet për buxhetin, zyrtari planifikimit të buxhetit, të gjeturat ose gjetura e mjeteve financiare nga burojnë ato mjete financiare, dhe së fundi është alokimi I tyre ose shpërndarja e tyre në vendin e duhur të cilat janë. Gjitha këto procedura domethënë shkojnë në proceset e financave, të cilat bëjnë shpërndarjen e tyre, planifikimin dhe të gjeturat, ku janë të inkorporuar të gjitha aktorët brenda klubit, ndërsa ndarja e përgjegjësive brenda aktorëve brenda klubit besoj që është ndarë në bazë kontratave të cilat I përcaktojnë burimet njerëzore ose departamenti I burimeve njerëzore brenda klubit. Ndërsa në fundit është raporti auditimit ose auditorët e jashtëm të cilët bëjnë vlerësimin e atyre të gjeturave në brenda klubit dhe komiteti auditimit të cilën e bën edhe një raportim më të finalizuar nga të gjithë aktorët në brenda klubit, financat, burimet njerëzore, të gjeturat e raportit auditimit ose rekomandimet e raportit auditimit dhe të arriturat e klubit duke I raportuar direkt bordit të klubit.
Okay. So, sorry? Another way.
Maybe I'm wrong on this, but I just wanted to see. Is it something to do with the identifying the risk management with the finances? Is that
okay.
part of it?
So I think, thank you very much. I think that you have talked about different points. I will give you a concrete example. Yes, segregation of duties has to, one thing, that's not the example that I wanted to give, but it's not having the same person or two different people doing the same job. This is clear. And you talked about the job descriptions. When we go to the finances, there are different things. Yes, it has to do with the risk. Remember that in the beginning I said that one of the important points from governance is protection of the organization. And a best practice, especially in finance, because it's easier to explain, but this can be transversal to other areas, is you should not have one person being responsible from the beginning until the end of the process. It's what is called the 4 eyes principle.
Okay? We are all very nice people. We are all very well. Trust is something that you conquer. But if you create a process that you have this segregation, and an example in procurement is very easy. The person that starts the purchase should not be the same person that approves the expense and approves the payment. If it's different people, if you have the 4 eyes, which can be 6 eyes, then you have less risks. You manage your risks better. Because there is the risk of misappropriation of monies is mitigated at least. Okay? So this is what we mean. You also mentioned, somebody mentioned about external auditing and so on. Yes, it's another level of segregation of duties. So why do you have an external auditor? Because of the principle of good governance, independency. So you have somebody else looking at the accounts and saying what they think. Basically, if the numbers, even the policies and procedures that you have, if they are fair and if they are well represented. Okay? So in the cases that you have one person doing all this process in procurement or contract management, you have a risk. Because if the person somehow proves not to be trustworthy in the future, maybe the person has used the money to pay to a company and then receives commissions or whatever it is. Okay? I had this when I entered the Portuguese League. There were some rumors about commissions left and right and so on. I don't care about this. We start from zero. We do a procurement policy and processing. We actually digitize data. So it becomes much more difficult for this to happen. And it takes maybe 6 months, until 6 months, 12 months, until everybody gets used to it. But afterwards, it's very transparent, it's very easy. So this is a good management practice. Okay? Thank you very much. Very well. Then we talk already a little bit about compliance. And we are being compliant with what? So what we talk about compliance is, okay, it's all very nice to have policies and procedures, to have constitutions, to have all of this, but we need to follow them. Okay? Because if they are there and they are just letter of the law and we go around, it doesn't work, it's for nothing. This is what I call red tape administration, because nobody follows. So the compliance, it's at different levels. One is the country laws, the example that I gave about data protection. Okay? So if you need to have documents legally for 10 years, you need to do it. Otherwise, what's going to happen? You will probably have a fine or something like that. Another thing that you need to comply from the basketball point of view are the FIBA rules. Okay? So the changes of the laws, of the game, and all these kind of things. So you need to comply with that. It's something that is not discussable. Otherwise, you are not playing basketball, you are playing something else, most likely. Then, the other thing, so this is the pyramid, this goes down. You need to apply the national federation rules, so the domestic rules, okay? And this I'm not talking about, but well, also the competition rules and all this kind of thing, okay? In the aspects that are relevant. And then, if you are in a league, obviously the constitution and the internal set of policies and procedures. When you are the clubs, your statutes are individual, they will be different. But they cannot go against the constitution. You don't have a league here. They cannot go against the constitution of the federation, because then you are non-compliant. And then your people, your players and so on, they need to abide by your internal set of policies and procedures. If you say that staff members cannot speak to the media because you have a spokesperson, this is an internal compliance matter. Okay? This is what we are talking. And as I said, I've shown there different examples. I don't think that we expect that you have all of those. It's ideas, you know, it's food for thought. You might even combine some things, you know, but it makes your operations, your day-to-day life more consistent, more professional. Everybody's clear. So the segregation of duties, I would say that you need to have somebody inside. It's not a new person, but a responsibility. Somebody needs to, within the organization, to check that your policies and procedures are being implemented. So could be the general manager, could be another person, okay? But to do some random checks from time to time, just to make sure that the things are being done. So now we go to the topic that we were talking about, integrity. And concerning the competition, so we mentioned we are not going to speak about anti-doping, unless if Radmila wants to speak a little bit about it. but I don't think that it's in the scope. We are speaking more about the betting and the match fixing. And what are we seeing? What are we seeing nowadays? What is the current situation? Well, the current situation is that more basketball games are being offered for betting. Okay, so this is something. This is the globalization. We cannot really change it. Everybody, we see new companies coming. We see apps. We see all these kind of things. Then, the other let's say the other thing that we can realize is that when we consider from a world point of view, most national federations still do not have an integrity policy. Remember that this was one that I mentioned before. So it's difficult. It's more difficult if you don't have communication, if you don't train the players, the coaches, and so on about this and how it can damage the sport. Obviously, it's more difficult to control and to minimize it. Now, the other thing on the side of the relevant national laws is that gambling in many cases, and especially this online betting, is not regulated, so the activities are not controlled. Okay? And it does not take, very important, it does not take these cross-border activities. So nowadays, many of these betting companies, for instance, they are registered in Malta, as an example. It could be in another country. But because they have favorable laws, because they have lower taxes and these kind of things. So sometimes you have a law in one country, but you don't have like a sort of, let's call it a registration process for the companies, okay? And basically what happens is that it's not under control. And basically also the relevant national laws do not take into account the preparation of the specific national federation. So sometimes there is a disconnection between the laws and the federation. So what is important to do? It's important to engage the government in open discussions, to raise this topic. And this topic is not specific only to basketball. So this is a matter that you can have alliances with other sports, the National Olympic Committee, whatever it is, but it's something that is a common threat to sports. Some more than others, it's obvious, depending on the level of importance, of attendance that they have. Then, the other thing, so we mentioned that here in Kosovo we have an integrity officer dedicated to this. And there are even deals, at European, at world level and so on, to basically what we call here the enhanced monitoring of betting, okay? To prevent and to discourage these wrongdoings. So as far as I know, FIBA has, and if Radimila wants to speak a little bit afterwards, that's fine, has a deal, I think, with Sport Radar, okay? To monitor a little bit what is going on and to see patterns that might create some doubts, okay? And to investigate that, to see what it is. So here I think that what is important in the end is keep in mind, and basically you identify here that you have a risk, that you have potential problems, is open attitude, discussion with the stakeholders, so meaning cooperation, meaning providing information. Education sessions are very important, to the players, to the coaches and so on, because in the end it's the players that are inside and the coaches that are running the games. So this is very important to have. Okay? And I passed through this. I can tell you in my country, at a certain moment, the gambling activities were not legislated. So any company could go there and the people could play and so on without any control. There was lobbying from sports, okay? And the outcome was every company, and now you can do with what is called the geolocation, you can know where the people are betting and block sites and these kind of things. Any company to operate in Portugal, they need to be registered. And what is the impact of this? The law, what was discussed, a percentage of the betting comes back to sports. 1%, for instance, if it's betting in basketball, goes to basketball, goes to the federation, and then the federation distributes or invests in youth development or performance or something like this. And another percentage goes to, let's say, social responsibility, to certain causes and so on. But here, I think it's a good example because you harnessed a new reality. The government is happy because now they are taxing. You have a problem with gambling, not only for sports, but in general in the country. You reinvest in social causes, and one part goes back to the sport to help in improvement, and actually to invest in this match integrity and this education points. Because the interest of sports is competition, is not knowing what is the outcome. You know, when you start messing with this, the sports loses value. Ramila, you want to say something? Or
I just want to say it's a very important topic, and I know. Sorry.
No, yeah.
I just want to say that this is a very important topic, obviously to give a little break to Pedro, but we are doing a lot from the FIBA Europe perspective, and obviously this is your spot, as you know, over there. What is important is also to make it known that if you are in basketball, you cannot bet on basketball, period. So this is something that actually a lot of people don't know. And then from there on, you can promote your product, you can promote your players, your club, but if you like the tomato is rotten and the product is damaged, it's very difficult to promote something which really has value and high quality. And as you say, at the moment we are starting to work with Sports-Radar a lot and to use the elite athletes to make them ambassadors, to actually educate the younger athletes and also the basketball and the sports community in general about the rights and the wrongs of this. And this is very important to grow for the future, because it's actually the way it developed because of the globalization and the internet. What everybody are learning these days is that there are actually organized crime groups that are dealing specifically with this. We had cooperation on the last project on Swish with football, and what we learned is that actually from the last, I think it was Euro World Cup last summer, the illegal betting was over $90 billion just from one competition, just to let you know how people are basically affected by that. And just before we I pass over, because it's a lot of information and hopefully we can discuss this further and maybe do more training with your clubs, etc. It's just important to really raise this issue now, because dealing with players, it is really your responsibility to really educate them and to know how exposed they are into being trapped by these organized groups. And we already have a number of athletes actually sharing their experience. We have a video of a British player who is sharing his experience, how his first season in the BBL in UK, he was approached, he made one little mistake, and then this, if you like, organized crime group was practically blackmailing him to make bigger and bigger and bigger mistakes because they were basically threatening him to expose him. So this is where all this is really so important. It is a very, very big topic, and we really need to raise it. We know your federation is very active in this, and we hope that you can work together.
Thank you very much. Not for me. So thank you very much for the words. Actually, if you remember, we have here some players and some coaches. Can you please tell me, did you know that you are not allowed to bet in your own sport? Did you know about that? Coach did not know? Players? Okay, so this is something that is very important, because then you can go, this is very important for the National Federation, to educate, to have some sessions about this, because you don't know about it, so you might be doing, not knowing that you are doing wrong. This links to the policies and procedures that I had, the code of conduct, or the integrity policy. This links to what I said in the beginning, what happens if the governance goes wrong, which means bad image, which means financial loss, which means all of this. And besides the personal problem that you might have been having with blackmail, with these kind of things, which becomes something very tricky. Okay? So, a very important topic. The next one, so, we were talking about, a lot of you talked about planning and so on. I'm very happy, because it's not something that I hear very much in federations, with clubs and so on. So I think it's very happy. But now, can you tell me, and with the risk of hijacking a little bit the session of Jeff on Sunday, can you tell me what is the difference between, in a simple way, between a strategic plan and an operational plan? What do you think is the main difference?
Long-term, short-term.
Long-term, short-term, very well.
Yeah,
that's it. But now you define what is long-term and what is short-term.
In short term, I would define team management, members management.
No. In terms of time frame, what does it mean long term? What is the period, and what does it mean short term? What would be like a break?
It would be maybe the league when the league starts. So
let me ask in a different way. Strategic management, is it long or short term?
It's long term.
Okay. What does it mean long term in terms of years for strategic management?
Financial planning, maybe.
Years, number of years. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years.
Yeah, 1 year. Yeah.
1 year strategic planning. Your opinion over there? Do you agree? Strategic planning. What is the time frame?
I would say maybe 4 to 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is exactly the difference. It's long term and short term. Now the question is defining what is short term, what is long term. The strategic planning, I would say that it's 3 to 5 years, and normally it's associated with the election cycles. Of course, if you have a club that it's by a owner and you don't have elections, that's a different matter, okay? But normally the cycles that we have, the mandates are, let me say 4 years in average, okay? So this would be a good time frame for the strategic planning. And quite often the strategic plan comes from like a president's an election manifesto or something like this, what you want to do, and then you translate it into goals and to objectives. Now, the operational planning, when we say short term, I would say, at least here in this definition, I would say if you have a strategic plan that it's 1 year, okay? It's basically, you have different names, same, most often in the statutes you say about the activity plan. An activity plan is an operational plan, okay? And normally it's for the 12 months. If you don't have a strategic plan, then your operational plan might be 12, might be 18, might be 24 years. But the main difference between the strategic and the operational is the time frame, 1 year or longer. And what does it mean? If you have a strategic plan, a 4-year strategic plan, what it means in concrete is that you need to have 4 operational plans funded by 4 operating budgets. And it looks something like this. So when you are defining a strategy, what is a strategy? Well, you will have a vision statement. I was very pleased to go to the Federation yesterday, and it's in the walls. What is their vision? It has a mission statement and core values. Okay? This is all identified. And then in the process, a strategy is basically the process of identifying where you are now and where do you want to be in this 4 years' time. What Radmila was saying, driving the boat, and you need to go in the right direction. So, for this you do a situational analysis, you understand where you are, you define your long-term goals, the yearly objectives, because you cannot accomplish everything at the same time, so you need to identify priorities, and the action plans. The action plans is basically, if my goal is income generation, and I want to generate, I don't know, 1 million whatever currency from sponsorship, I need to have now certain activities to reach this. I need maybe to prepare a better presentation, I need to identify the assets that I can sell, you know, I need to identify potential sponsors, blah, 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 blah. Okay? So this is an activity plan. It's like telling a little bit of story. Or if you are doing a house, you normally don't start the house by the roof. You start by the foundations. Okay? And then, obviously, you need to have a budget. One of the major governance problems that I see in organizations is that you have a plan, because your constitution says, and you have a budget. You look at them and they don't connect. So, how do you intend to implement a plan if it's not budgeted? Or how come are you budgeting things that in reality maybe are very important and are not in a plan? It does not make sense from a common sense point of view. You know, it doesn't seem the right approach, but this happens too often. Okay? And then obviously is the part that we said about the monitoring and the evaluation, okay? And this means obviously communication. So you have here the strategic plan, and then you have the operational plan, 1 per year with an associated budget. Questions about this? Does it make sense? Yeah? Good. How does it work from a visual point of view? So, actually these are 2 slides. I didn't put the first one because the first one is at the board level the definition of the strategy. Okay, how do you define that? What are the discussions that need to take in the board level? But what is the cycle, the annual cycle that should happen? And this will link maybe also with the frequency of the General Assembly. So, in the beginning of the season, you have an operational plan, so the 12 months, and it needs to be aligned with the budget. Okay? So far, so good? Make sense? Okay, good. I want to hear, I don't want you asleep, huh? I want to hear, because sometimes I look at your faces, I see some nods, but I don't understand if it makes sense or not. So please tell me. If it does not make, I will explain in a different way. So, very well. In the beginning of the year, we do this. Then, in the middle, meaning the implementation throughout the 12 months, we have something that is very easy to memorize, which is called the PDCA cycle. What does it mean? Well, as you well said in the beginning, first you plan, then you do, which means implement, then you control. What does it mean, control? You are taking a look if it's going in the right direction, if your activities are being achieved, are being done, and if your budget is being fulfilled, or if you are over budget or below budget, and so on. And as I said before, I don't believe in perfect plans. There are no perfect plans. So the A is for act. When you see deviations, you need to take action. Okay, something is not going well. I don't know. Let's suppose that in your club, because it's your 20th anniversary, you have a gala that you are inviting the stakeholders and so on. And then suddenly you have elections on the country on the same weekend, so you cannot have it. You need to act. Okay? What is your action? You are going to postpone or anticipate this activity. Maybe there is a cost implication, yes or no. You need to do something because you could not control when you were doing the planning. When you are doing the planning, it's on the basis of the best information that you have at that moment. But I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. I don't remember what I ate yesterday. So I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. But I need to monitor this. I know where I want to achieve and to do something to correct. And then at the end of the year, what normally happens from the management point of view in the organizations and in the sport organizations. You have two documents. You have one that is the year-end financial accounts. Okay, so basically it's your finance department doing the financial report with the balance sheet, with the profit and loss account, whatever it is. And you have something else that usually it's also in the statutes, which is an activity report. That is either the president or the board, they need to do an activity report to the General Assembly. So basically explaining to the members what was done this year. Make sense, the cycle? Yes. Now, very good. Now, what usually, I like this energy, what usually people don't realize is to measure success. You know, when you are on the sports side, you can measure success by the position that you are on the table, by, I don't know, the basket scored, the baskets against, whatever it is. Okay, you can define your own objectives. From a management point of view, you need to do two things. You need to compare your plan with the activity report. So basically, the plan is what I say I'm going to do. The activity report is I'm reporting on what I have done. And now I need to cross. Did I do what I planned to do? Maybe not. Or maybe I even did more. And sometimes there are good reasons why I could not do my activity, my operational plan. And one example is COVID. Well, it's not true. I'm going to say, but I already said it's not true. Nobody was expecting that a pandemic would come. But if we see the articles on the media, there were people that were already saying for several years something is going to happen big. We just don't know when. Nowadays, when we are doing a basketball championship, whatever kind of event, I'm sure that this for the years to come, it will be on their risk register a pandemic. And what's going to happen if this happens? Okay? So, it was an extraordinary situation that theoretically or not could not be predicted, but that it had an impact on everybody's operations. So it's justifiable that the operational plan that you had for 2020 was not fulfilled. Now, if you say another thing, you plan to have new headquarters or something like this, and this is depending on getting the land, on getting financing, on getting different things. Okay, so the plan is done in this way. If something fails, you might not be able to do it, and you have good justifications to do it. Now, if you don't have a justification, this is another matter. Okay? The other document that you need to compare is the year-end financial accounts with the budget. So one thing I compare from a planning and an activity point of view, what happened. Now I need to compare how much it cost me to do. If I have done within budget, fantastic. And you have organizations around the world, especially the multinationals like the Coca-Colas and these kind of things, they have very small margins for their project managers or product managers. So they receive variable pay, so bonus, but they cannot have a deviation, for instance, more than 2%. It's an example. So this is a measure of success. And quite often, the people don't do it. This is what I say. You treat governance not as a management tool, you treat it as administration. Okay, it's in the statutes. I don't even understand, I have to do it, I do it. Okay. Now I have a question. Now I want to see what you think about this. It's a pity that we don't have here Dita, but maybe our colleague from the Federation can help. And my question will be the following. Which time of the year, so what I understood is that the financial year here is the civil year in Kosovo. So it means that it starts in January and it ends in December. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. So, my question is, bearing in mind this time frame, the 12 months, when should you have your operational plan and budget approved? What is the let's say, the last date that you could have this approved in order that it's a management tool? Can you tell me? So, for making it more concrete, 2023, okay? We are already thinking ahead. When should you, well, first, in which level is your operational plan and budget approved? What is the highest level of approval? Who needs to approve this? Come on, guys. Huh?
Po mendoni për brenda klube apo
the club or the federation?
Okay.
Well, let's do the federation because the club depends on your ownership model. Okay? A federation, who needs to approve the operational plan and the budget?
Okay, brenda federatës atëherë.
Presidenti.
No, but don't speak yet. Let's see. You are from the federation, correct?
Is the financial.
Yes, I will go back to you. Let's see first the clubs what they say. So I heard the president.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. Unë mendoj që brenda klubit është bordi dhe presidenti ai i cili e vendos buxhetin, ndërsa planifikimi i buxhetit bëhet në fillim të sezonit, pavarësisht se viti fiskal është si vit kalendarik, ndërsa sezona fillon në 1 shtator dhe përfundon në muajin qershor. Ndërsa planifikimi ose buxhetimi i klubeve fillon në muajin qershor para prak, për shembull tash në qershor 2022 fillon planifikimi që në shtatorin të kemi një planifikim të buxhetit dhe sponsorët tonë të kemi ofër neve që deri në fund të vitit. Për shkak se një sqarim.
Very good.
Po në moment. Për shkak se deri me 31 dhjetor 2022 janë të gjitha sponsorët sipas ligjit sponsorizimit vendor kombëtar duhet që të bëjnë derdhjen e mjeteve të tyre në gjerellogarinë e klubit që atyre të njeh se ligji sponsorizimit.
Okay, very well. So let's go to the federation now, sorry, to understand how it's done.
Për me qenë ma e qartë, po marim shambull që kena me planifiku buxhetin financiar vitit 2023. Fillim tremujorit 4, pasi që përcaktohen datat e garave ndërkombëtare, si dhe vendet ku kanë marrë pjesë përfaqësuesit tona, atëherë fillon përgatitja e planit veprimi. Pas përgatitjes planit veprimi, delegohen punët e bartësit e eventeve, të cilët përgatitin buxhetin se çka mendojnë se do të shpenzojnë për atë aktivitet, ose po marrim shembull drejtori përfaqësuese përgatit do më thonë në bashkëpunim me mua, përgatit shpenzimet se sa mendon do t'jetë kostoja e një pjesëmarrje në një kampionat. Gjithashtu gjithmonë kemi parasysh që bazohemi prej shpenzimeve të viteve të kalume. Pasi që unë i mbledh të gjitha parashikimet buxhetore, unë kam edhe shpenzime tjera fikse, shpenzimet e zyrës, pagave, të cilat në bashkëpunim me Elvirën, me sekretarën e përgjithshme, i planifikojmë së bashku. Përpylohet buxheti vjetor dhe pastaj në fund të vitit dërgohet për miratim si draft në kuvendin e Federatës, në bordin e Federatës së Basketbollit. Nëse ka nevojë për ndërhyrje apo ndryshime, gjithmonë e lejmë një hapësirë për shpenzime të paparashikueshme, si dhe kur mbahet kuvendi i punës, aprovohet buxheti edhe gjithmonë në baza mujore, çdo muj përgatiti raporte financiare, të cilat gjithmonë bazohen sa është vlera shpenzuar dhe sa është vlera e parashikuar. Për të para kemi deficit apo suficit, pra si kemi menaxhuar mjetet financiare në federat.
Okay, you basically almost ran through the presentation of tomorrow, so congratulations, you can come and give on my time, but I still don't get the answers that I want. So, the first thing is, who is the highest approval of your operational plan and the budget? No, I want to know the federation.
Buxheti i Federatës mas pari dërgohet në bordin ekzekutiv të Federatës, mandej miratimin përfundimtar bëhet në kuvendin e punës, ku do të thonë janë pjesëmarrës të gjithë përfaqësuesit e klubeve apo përfaqësuesit e këshilleve të ndryshme që i ka Federata.
Okay, very good. I agree, and I will explain. And well, let me go another way. On the structure of the organization, on the model of ownership, these documents, they need to be approved at the highest level, which means the final authorization is General Assembly. Why? Because of the governance principles that we said, it's where all the members are represented. Okay? So normally, it can happen, I've seen, in my opinion it's not correct, it cannot be only a president or a board to approve. It needs to go to the General Assembly because they are foundational documents. Now, if you are in a club that your ownership model is that you have a president and a board, of course you don't go to the General Assembly, it's defined there. This is clear. But now I'm talking from a federation point of view. So this, I think it's clear who needs to approve. So the board normally does not approve, issues a recommendation to the General Assembly for approval or not approval. Of course, they are not going to present something that we recommend not to approve, of course. And this, in the countries, this is exactly what happens. In my country, in October, the government showed the budget for the next year. It was not approved. What happened? Elections, and we need to go for a new government, which actually was the same, but it's a different matter. Now, the question is now the timing to have this approval. And you touched here on an important thing. We have the financial year and we have the season. When the two are together, are the same, it's very easy. Okay? When the financial year equals the season, fantastic. So what is the date of approval? The date of approval, the last date is the day before the season starts. Why? This is a governance good practice. When you start a new season, you should have everything in place. You should not change normally, except for very special reasons, the regulations, the rules. Everybody should know what are the rules. You should know, if it is a management tool, what is your operational plan, what is your budget. Okay? So, regardless of the financial year, if you have a budget that is approved after 9 months, what is happening here? Is this a management tool? If the budget, so what I'm saying is, the financial year is January to December. So I'm saying that the 31st of December, you should have this approved in the General Assembly. Now, if you only have it approved in September 2023, what is happening? Is this a management tool? Yes, I understand, or yes, it is a management tool.
Po është e menaxhueshme, por gjithmonë duhet me planifiku se ka biznese të cilat bëjnë kontrata me klube për sponsorizëm, por në pamundësi tyre për shkak likuiditetit financiar, ato nuk mund të alokojnë mjetet e tyre ose nderdhin mjetet e tyre në xhiro llogarit klubit. Andaj këto janë të hyra të shtyra ose të hyra të pritura, gjithmonë të planifikuara, dhe në rast se gjatë rrugtimit të këtyre kontratave nuk aprovohet ndonjë kontratë ose nuk funksionalizohet ndonjë kontratë deri në përpikëmërinë të fundit, atëherë do të kemi një disbalancim të këtyre linjave buxhetore dhe do të rregullojmë linjat buxhetore duke mos përfunduar gjithë planifikimin, gjithë planin siç e kemi planifikuar.
We will talk about that tomorrow. Okay. So, if the budget is only approved after 9 months from the financial year, it's not a management tool. It's basically administration. Okay? Because it's not serving the purpose that a colleague said about the monthly controls, about the monitoring on how it is going. Okay? So the best practice is to approve it before the beginning of the financial year or the season. Now, when you have two different things, a financial year is not equal to the season, it's more difficult to do, but you basically need to manage from a quarterly point of view. Okay? So September means that it's September it's actually not a good thing, it should be October, which is a quarter. Okay? It's the fourth quarter for the financial year and the first quarter for the season. It's more difficult to manage, but it's possible to do. The governance principle is this document should be approved before the beginning, okay, of the season or the financial year. Otherwise, you are not managing, you are not knowing in which direction it goes. The part of the contracts and so on, we will talk tomorrow about the budgeting exercise. Okay? Very well. So now we go to what we were talking. We talked about segregation of duties. Now we are talking about separation of powers. Separation of powers is something a little bit different. It's basically between the political and management functions. It means that the board, as we already talked a little bit, the board should oversee the strategic matters, including obviously the financial performance, okay? And supervise the SG, the general manager, whatever it is, okay? So we talked about the board having a wider participation in terms of profile of the members. It means that the board members should not be running the day-to-day life. This is very nice. If you only have a very small club, it's difficult to do. The worst situation that I see is when I have the poor communications manager that is receiving instructions from the president, then from the secretary general, and then from a board member still. So it's one person and probably conflicting instructions. This is very ineffective. Okay? So obviously the president should be the one to chair the board, and the CEO, the general manager, is the responsibility for the performance of the team. Okay? So in the case of the Federation, Elvira should be responsible for the 12 or 13 people towards the president and towards the board. Okay? Does not mean that the president cannot speak with the people, but there should be this kind of separation of power. Okay? For the organization to run, I would say, as a well-oiled machine. Now, when we are talking about this, the question comes what the president should do. And the president should do, well, create the direction for the league. He had a manifest when he was elected, so there is already a sense of direction. And then this is translated into the plans that you are all talking. So this is clear. Chairing the board, okay, very clear. Ensuring good governance. if something goes wrong, the worst thing that can happen is somebody that cleans their hands and say, oh, this was not me, the good things is me, the rest is not me. A president needs to ensure that the company, treating the sports organization as a company, because we are in an entertainment industry, it's being run properly. And this means a lot of the things that we were talking, including the policies and procedures that are in place. He needs to ensure operation within the law, and here the law, I'm referring to two levels. It's one, the national sports law, what exists from a national point of view, and also obviously the FIBA rules. So this is a responsibility of the president. The only employee theoretically that he or she should manage is the CEO. Okay? And the other very important thing for the president is to build relationships, especially with the stakeholders, with sponsors, with the referees association, with the FIBA, with the government, all these kind of entities. Okay? Now, going back to a club, it's the same thing. The stakeholders will vary probably a little bit. Maybe you don't talk to the central government, you talk with the regional government from your city or something like this, but you just need to make an alignment. Now, my question is, what should the president not do? Let's see. Based on this, what do you think a president should not do? Please.
Basically, should not micromanage, so try to control everything.
I even see some presidents that want to be the coach. You know, I've even seen the other day a president fired the coach and he became the coach. So president and coach at the same time. Okay. So I think that you touched. In micromanagement. You summarized several of the things here. Have a day-to-day management. Okay. Management meaning in doing the things and so on. Take unilateral decisions. I have had already questions from boards that ask me, what is my role? I don't understand what is my role as a board member because the president decides everything. What are we doing here? Well, for this purpose, you are using governance as administration, you put something nice in your statutes, we need a board, but then it's one person that takes the decisions. Okay? And it's also natural, you know, that the things evolve. Because when you gain more trust on the people, then it's easier to empower, it's easier to delegate and to do all these kind of things. So this does not come immediately. Do the job of the SG, the CEO, line manage other staff, treat the league or the federation or the club as personal. What happens here is that sometimes, and I've been in companies like this, not in sports, but sometimes when the owner is the president, you have a little bit of a confusion between what it is, professional life and personal life. You know, this is my money, I have done the things, why can I not do? And I spend 2,000 euros to buy flowers and to give, I don't know, to whoever it is, and it has nothing to do with the business. These kind of things should be avoided from a governance point of view. It's sometimes not easy in those ownership models, okay? But this is what I would call a good practice. And then, you know, ignore crises, grievances, all these kind of things. If not in Kosovo, we have seen in other cases, could be cases of wrongdoing from a board member, could be a staff member that makes a complaint and something like this and this escalates, could be many things. We are seeing these kind of topics every day, and a good president is one that does not hide behind the things, does not need to be speaking at all the time and so on, but when there is a major crisis, needs to intervene and needs to be the ambassador for the organization. Okay? Whatever it is, if it's a player wrongly registered, if it's a case of match fixing, if it's a case of corruption or whatever it is. Now, we have the last task for today, and I would like you to assume, okay, you are here, it says for the league, but you can think of a club, you can think of a federation. Basically, you have elections. Let's suppose that it's a process that you have elections, and now you need to establish your board, the composition of your board. And what I would like is the following. What is the board member profile that you would like to have? So clearly, one person is the chairman, president. Okay? But what is the profile of the other people? Who would you like to have in your board? Is it your friends from primary school that you are inviting because they were good for you when you had good memories and you bring them? Is it people with certain expertises? Is it, if you are a federation, it's only members of clubs, the top clubs, let's invite them and so on? Think a little bit about this in your groups, and I'm interested in knowing, on the basis of what you discussed, what are the profiles that you would choose. Okay? So 5 minutes, if you can, think a little bit about this. Yeah? This group is losing members, so I hope it's only a phone call or a toilet break. Do I still have it? I cannot. Can you take this from the presentation one? Just a second. Okay, it's this one. Or I can do it more. I think that this It's okay? What profiles do you have?
And we'll give them an hour to lunch. We will start at 2:15. That's fine. We just pop a little bit of time in the afternoon. That's fine.
I think the biggest thing is this here, see when we go after
we will keep it 5 o'clock. It's just that we pop a little bit of time for the session in the afternoon. Unless, because it's club licensing, unless it becomes so interactive and so on that we keep going.
I'm talking not about position. I'm talking about profiles. So the profile that you are really as like a communication person. What are the examples that we have?
When you're getting something
Sports. Okay. So let's be more efficient. This table, can you give me a profile of a person?
Një prej personave që menoj me pas në bord është menaxher financiar.
Okay. Financial profile, very well. This table over there, can you give me an example?
Judicial, like meaning in terms of the law.
Legal background?
Yeah, legal counsel.
Very well. Can you give me an example here in this table? I'm sorry, I'm making you run a little bit.
We thought about event manager.
Okay. I'm looking for profiles, not titles, but somebody on the event side, organization. Very well. An example here.
Në klubin ton dëshirojmë ta kemi një vice president të dytë, i cili në bordin e klubit ka me jap një kontribut për zhvillimin e gjeneratave të reja. Si është basketbollist.
Very well. Sporting side and vice president. And finally here.
Do të thotë, ne mendojmë që për të funksionuar do të më qenë sa më suksesshëm një ekip, natyrisht në bord duhet të ketë edhe të profesionalat profesionistë, sportivë të cilët mirën si ekspert të fushave të ndryshme, ekonomike dhe politike, normalisht edhe personalitete të cilët thamë që mund të janë edhe biznesmen të cilët ndihmojnë de facto me biznesin e tyre në klubin tonë. Persona të tretë që mendojmë që duhet të jenë edhe persona autoritativ. de facto që mund vinë dete përmes politikës autoritative që e prezenton ekipën tonë, do të në këtë rast, mund me ardhe dete një menaxhim i mirë, dete thithja e mjetëve apo sponsorëve të në fjalë. Dhe e katërta, si zakonisht, do të thonë një ekip do të qetë edhe vullnet, të kenë vullnetar, njerëz aktiv apo operativ me një fjalë. Andaj.
Okay, thank you very much. Different aspects. Most of them, I think that it makes sense. So we are talking. I think that when you are saying authoritative person and a subject matter expert is exactly the profile. I put here one person commercial. So with a good network, with access to the, to the business, to potential sponsors, open doors, and so on. Maybe somebody mentioned here finance or an economic person, so somebody that has a background on this, it's useful. Somebody you didn't mention, but in the groups it was also referred a legal person. This in a federation can be very useful if you are dealing with regulations, with the rules, with these kind of things. You talked about the vice president, I call it here vice chairman, but somebody that replaces very well. You could have, if you are in a league, if you are in a federation, you could have a club representative, okay? So the inclusivity, the transparency and so on, the clubs could nominate somebody to be there. You could have somebody from the fans, okay? From the followers and so on. Obviously, if you are a league, you don't have fans, okay? But you have fans from the league itself, from the clubs. If you have an association that represents the fans, could be something. And then could be also some non-executive director, on other capacities. You were talking about volunteer and so on, so probably it's a non-remunerated position. And you could think of other topics. Somebody mentioned about the technical side, the sporting side. This could be very important. Yes, Jeff, please.
So I was president of a sporting federation in Northern Ireland. So I was president of a sports federation in Northern Ireland, and all of our board was selected based on skills. We had an HR person, a media person, a finance person, someone from high performance, and someone with experience in club development. And the difference that made to the running of our organisation was night and day. So rather than just having one individual to fill a seat, having the right skilled people and a variety of skill was really important for that federation to qualify for world tournaments and to make money.
So thank you very much. I think that this is a very good example, a practical example. And basically the message here is that you should select carefully the people that sit on your board and they bring additional value, and it's only not a state as a political representation. And then finally, I put here the CEO, the Secretary General. Listen, this is a link with the executive team, so it's important that the Secretary General is there. In some cases, this person will have voting rights, in other cases not, so this depends on the Constitution, on the statutes, okay? But it makes the link. Now, to this group here, because we're putting some managerial positions, what I say is, besides these people that are physically present in the meetings, you can have guests. So if you are talking about a topic that is maybe technical development, a sporting matter, maybe you can invite, the sporting director or whatever position you have on your side to come and to give his or her view. This is a good practice, okay? They are not there in every single meeting because it becomes difficult to manage number of people. It becomes maybe boring because it's topics that are not related. But for specific sessions and from a guest point of view, I think it's fine. We still have a few slides to go, but I will just do one more. The rest we follow tomorrow in the first session, okay? Because I see that people are already a little bit tired and need energy from the lunch and the toilet break. So the slide that I will finish for today are the stakeholders, okay? Stakeholder management. And what I would like you to identify, of course the stakeholders for clubs are different, are not always the same as the national federation or the league. But for basketball, from a generic point of view, can you tell me some examples of stakeholders? Very quickly. One stakeholder, yes, please.
Fans.
The fans. Another stakeholder, this table here. You are very quiet. Huh? You don't have an opinion. Okay. No worries. Over here. One stakeholder. Yes. What was there?
The media.
Media. Sponsors here. Exactly. So I will show here a little bit how this could be. It can vary depending on the type of organization that you are, but what do you have? Well, the clubs, if you are a league, you are members and you are one of the key stakeholders. Without the clubs, the basketball does not develop in the club, so they are the link to the society. You have obviously FIBA, the National Federation if you are a league, the National Olympic Committee, okay? You mentioned fund sponsors, the players. The players are stakeholders, okay? You have on this side the part that generates money, you know, the sponsors and the broadcasters. You have media. Media are an important one because they will talk, they will give visibility to your league. You have maybe, if you are not the owner of the venue, you could have venue owners, suppliers. You have the associations of class, so like coaches, players, referee association. And then one that is very important, the government, at different levels, you know, at national level, at regional level, at city level. And if you are a club that, for instance, you have youth development, you might have schools, you might have the parents of the children, you might have different types of stakeholders, okay? What is important here, when we are talking from a planning, from a strategic point of view, what are stakeholders? A simple definition is different groups of interest, different groups that have an interest in your activity being basketball. So if they have an interest, how can you capitalize them? How can you have a win-win situation? Okay? So you need to understand what are their needs, to explain them your strategy, to see how you can leverage, to work together in the same direction. For instance, if you have a very well-known sponsor and so on, if you can do some activities that they also propose, they also promote your strategy and they support you, it's not necessarily financial, but they use their communication resources. This is giving you leverage. It's communicating to the society what is going on. Government, the same thing. If you want to do social responsibility, and if you understand what are the main concerns in your society, you can align efforts. Maybe you can have funds or other kind of support from the government, and you are working together for the good of the society, the government, and for the good of development of basketball. So it is important to think. Sometimes we just say, the stakeholders are this, but we need to go one step further. You can also identify priorities, what are the most important for you, but the main point here is how can you leverage, how can you join efforts together to have a win-win situation and to leverage your business, whether you are a club, a league, or a federation. Okay? So there are a few slides, but it's some important slides, and as I said, I think it's better to stop now. We will restart tomorrow. I just want to know from the session of today, is there something that you would like to ask that was not so clear, or any comment that you would like to do? Or are we fine? Does it make everything made sense? Yeah? Everything made sense because you want to go to lunch, or because it really made?
I do.
Yeah? Yeah, it's okay? So we will have 1 hour for lunch now. In the afternoon we are talking about the topic of licensing, okay, which is also an important one. So it's 11:10, I would say at 2:15, please to be here, to be on time, that we can finish then the session at around 5:30. Okay? Thank you very much.
Elvira? Yes.
There are certain things that we never change.
So now it's okay. Are you going to say any words? I can't. You are still missing the 2 minutes. Just the college commission. I've seen here. Went out of the hospital, so should be sounds like a good introduction.
It's kind of a curious situation.
No, you just did. Yeah. Technical break.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for being again with us. And we are going to start this afternoon on another topic. And this topic is going to be club licensing, as you can see on the top. But before we jump into this, I see we have plenty of players or ex-players or coaches in the room. So I just would like to see from all the tables who has or is currently playing basketball right now. Okay, raise very far. Okay, who has played basketball or who is still playing basketball? Everybody, raise the hands. Okay? You play, you still play? Raise the hands. I want to see how many. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, okay. From all of those who are playing, who used to play guard position, point guard or shooting guard? Okay? So among you, who do you think had the best shooting skills? Who was the best shooter? Huh? Okay, you are the best shooter. Does everybody agree? You don't know? Why? You don't know the criteria, maybe. Why you're saying you're the best shooter? You have the best technique, best percentage?
Yeah, the best technique.
Best technique. Okay, but always you scored.
Not always.
Not always.
The best players ever.
Okay. Okay, best players? Best shooting techniques? Who? Okay. Who had, I don't know, the best defensive skills among you? Seems everybody agreed. It is you. Okay, so you can guard anybody.
Yes.
Okay, good.
So 1 to 5.
1 to 5. Okay, good. Interesting. Okay, so the reason why I'm asking all of you this, just a little bit also to activate you after lunch, because we have the tendency to also I see, there's a little bit of competition here. Okay, good. No, the reason is that after lunch we have the tendency to be a little bit sleepy and so on, so I want to reactivate you. But also because I link this to the topic we have this afternoon, which is club licensing. It's interesting to hear you because you say I have the best technique, I have the best percentage when I shoot the threes. I am the best free throw shooters. I am the best defender because I have the most number of steals, or I'm the best rebounder. What I'm trying to make here as a point is that you all have criteria, which are based on statistics most of the time, but you also have other criteria to define whether you are performing well or not. Okay? And relating to the club, this is exactly the same thing. You should be also able at some point to say, my club is performing well, not only on the court, but off the court. What are the criteria? What are the categories? How do you assess that and how you define that to say whether your club is performing well or not off the court? So that's all the topic that we're going to discuss this afternoon. So I give back the floor to Pedro one more time to go through all the presentation he has prepared for you. But for this one, even more than in the morning, I would really like to ask you to be proactive, to raise the hand, ask questions, and not only ask questions, but bring comments from your experience, from your club, because we really believe that this presentation is only valuable if there is a very interactive presentation. So we count on you, and thank you for your attention, and the floor is yours, Pedro. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you very much. I think it was a good analogy, how to measure performance. And the club licensing, well, there are maybe different understandings. I like to call it like a club development tool. How can you improve the clubs? And this we are talking not only on the court, but outside, the performance outside of the matches, which is important, what happens also to your success when you are having the games. And this session initially was prepared more for discussion with the Federation, so we also have Elvira here, and I will ask maybe some more questions and so on. But as we were saying in the beginning, the stakeholder management, you are an interested part, okay? So it's important to have a collaboration and understanding and working together what is possible. I know that it's a topic that is on the table, because some things have initiated. I know that you are not yet at the level of maturity, but you want to go into that area. So what we are speaking, I'm covering three, let's say, broad topics. One is a little bit the origins of club licensing and achievements. Why this start, when did it start, and so on. What are the objectives? And then some principles, there are different models, even in different sports and so on. So it's to give you an idea. We are in favor of club development tools, but we are not going to defend here one position or another position. We are giving you some information, expose you to information, and you need to see what is best applicable, okay? But from the discussions, probably some opinions and some good principles can come up. Okay, the first thing, and I'm sure that you already heard, that you hear a lot about club licensing, it actually started in football, and it started in Europe. And this was, interestingly enough, as a request from the clubs. Okay, so it was end of the century, last century, so the 20th century, that the football clubs, and some of them multi-sport clubs with basketball departments and so on, they said to the governing body, UEFA, or the European Confederation, okay, we are having problems, we need to do something, we need to improve the management at the level of the clubs. On the basis of this, so there was a, as you see, a 5-year discussion. At the end of this period, so in 2004, I was at that moment actually working in UEFA. The first club licensing rules, regulations came out, and it was initially not mandatory, okay? It was more for the international competition, so the European competition, but at the domestic level, there was no need, no obligation for the federations to do it. So this basically, there were different steps. It's almost 20 years now, there were different steps. But this was the genesis, actually, a request from the clubs, we need help, we need some guidance, we need to establish some system to develop our management in the clubs. And what were the issues that were happening at that moment? Well, the question about the venues, they were inadequate. So in terms of the facilities for the fans and so on, it was important to have an investment to improve the facilities. And I think that you can relate all the clubs, if you own your own facilities, you always want to have the best situation, but this is infrastructure, so it costs money. The other point very much linked with the governance was the financial transparency. There were no clear rules, there were clubs that didn't have accounts, it was difficult to know, there were clubs that were being bankrupt and so on. This was very much linked to this part here of overdue payables. What does this mean? It means that payments to either staff, players or suppliers, they were late. Like the example that I gave you when I went to the Portuguese League, we had a payment, an average payment of 270 days, so 9 months. If you provide a service to my organization, I will only pay you in 9 months, which is not good. Okay? Then another issue very important for sport was the lack of youth investment. So the focus was very much on the professional teams. And then you enter into a cycle, if you don't develop your youth, you are buying players that salaries are higher and so on, and you don't really leave a legacy. So the basis of the pyramid, this was an issue. And then basically there was, there was a need for a more professional environment. So this is why the club licensing started. Now, when we are talking about these club development tools, there are different possibilities, and you can find a lot of these things on the net if you want to know a little bit more. One side is at an international level, meaning that to enter certain international competitions, you need to fulfill certain criteria. Okay, so this is transnational. It's one possibility. The other thing is domestic licensing, which might have different criteria. So it's basically for the national competitions, okay? And you have more freedom, so each country can be different and adapt a little bit more to the context. And then there is another let's say, terminology, another concept, which is licensing versus certification. For some people it's the same, for other people it's different, but the objective is exactly development of the clubs and the professional environment, okay? This is what we are talking about. Then the implementation varies, obviously, from country to country, from sport to sport. So the objectives, actually, they derive from the difficulties. So it was improvement of the management standards as a whole, youth development, you know. Also, if we look nowadays at the generation that we have, when we were kids, the older ones here, you know, people were playing, there was more sport at schools, people were playing more on the street. Nowadays, I don't have kids, but I have my nephews that are with the gaming, that are with completely different activities. So a healthy lifestyle is important, and it's critical to have a basis of participants in the sports to improve. So youth development was something that was a clear objective. The facilities element. The going down in terms of this overdue payables and protection of creditors in the case that some of the clubs went bankrupt and some of them were centenary institutions. Okay. The financial capabilities. So, and the outcome of this, if you look today, as I said, you can find some publications about this. If you look from an economical or financial point of view, like looking at balance sheets, looking at how strong the clubs are, the clubs have improved a lot, okay? For the last 20 years, it does not mean that you don't have some with difficulties, but the metrics, the statistics that Florian was speaking, you can actually measure, okay? Because you can compare the balance sheets, the assets, the liabilities and so on, and there was a very big improvement. Then, on governance matters, transparency and credibility, and this is very important because the moment that you go more professional, you start attracting more investors, more sponsors. I think two things. On the one hand side, sponsorship. On the other side, on the ownership model, some funds or some rich people and so on that came and that enter. There are even some clubs nowadays that are in stock exchanges in their own countries, so they need to fulfill other types of criteria, but they can also access financial instruments for funding their activities that the other ones cannot. Okay. The criteria, another objective is definition of key criteria, and we also need to consider one thing. We will talk about a licensing plan. You do not change things overnight. You need to have patience. You need to have the sense of direction, to be perseverant, and to go in that direction. So this, you have changes maybe in 5, in 10 years, and something like that. Something in that time frame. It's not something that next month everything is now good, we are all professional and so on. It doesn't work this way. Okay? It takes time. And then also other elements about the credibility, integrity of the competitions, to have more equity between the clubs and so on. So different kinds of elements, from ratios of payments to players and so on. All these kind of things were objectives in the definition of such criteria. Now, what are the principles? When we want to establish some kind of criteria for development and for professionalization of the management of the club, well, obviously we need to identify which is this criteria, but we need also usually to have a legal basis like in the statutes of the Federation. So, as we discussed, the statutes are approved by the members, which are the clubs, the regions, which you don't have here. So it means that it's not only the president, the board of the federation that decides to change. This is a common approach with the clubs, and everybody says, okay, very well, we agree to go into this direction to improve, and then this is reflected in the statutes. Okay? So it gives a legal basis. We are moving in this direction. Then this second part here doesn't apply in Kosovo, but in some cases the federations delegate the licensing responsibility from a performance point of view to the top leagues to a separate league if it exists. This is a possibility, but here it doesn't make sense, it's the federation. The other principle, so besides having a legal basis, you need now to agree on minimum criteria that is relevant for your situation. There's no point, and it needs to be progressive criteria. There's no point in saying, for instance, if we go to the infrastructure side, now all of you need to have, in 2 months' time, a new venue to play, a new court to play basketball. It doesn't make sense because it's not going to happen. But if you say, okay, the objective is to improve facilities and to have your own venues in an horizon of 4 or 5 years, then it's a different thing that is achievable, and then you can prepare to go in that direction. Okay? But it's also maybe not very realistic that everybody now can have their own pavilion, their own court and so on. Might be or not in some countries, but in others it's not the case. The other thing that is a principle, we were talking about compliance in the morning, is to be able to facilitate all of this. Like we have an integrity officer in the federation, you also need to have a licensing manager, a licensing responsible. That is the person that will facilitate the processes, that will coach the clubs, that will answer questions, that will do the part of the administration and all these kind of things. Now, ideal is to have one position dedicated to this, but maybe in the beginning it doesn't make sense, so it's somebody that potentially accumulates functions, but the tendency towards the future in a federation is to have somebody dedicated to this when you reach a certain level of maturity. The other thing is identification of decision-making bodies. I will give some more detail about this. But when we are talking about regulations, you have, for instance, disciplinary bodies. You have somebody, when there is a disagreement, that is going to interpret the rules and is going to take a decision. Does this make sense? Yes or not? How does this translate in terms of licensing? It translates in terms of probably two independent bodies. One that is, usually it's called the first instance body, that basically defines the category, depending on the ranking system that you are used, that defines, are you fulfilling the requirements, yes or no? Okay? And basically, like the name says, first instance body, it takes the first decision. If you agree it's all fine, the process will continue, you have met the requirements, and there will be the next steps to follow. If a club does not agree, because there was a requirement that was put, and the club says, oh, the documentation, the first instance body says the documentation provided is not sufficient, I cannot verify this or not, and there is like an appeals body, basically to say you can present additional information, and there is like a final decision. It's a little bit like disciplinary, you can have an appeal, you can have, there is a first decision, and then a final one, depending on the system that you have in your country. And then, obviously, the other principle is, also from a governance point of view, is a clear definition of the process and the timings. So everybody needs to know the rules in advance what is going to happen. It's not 1 week before that the federation should inform the clubs and say, next week you need to present this information and so forth. Doesn't make sense. This, from a professional, from a governance point of view, needs to be put on the table, needs to be agreed, and everybody knows how are we managing this situation. So far, stopping here a little bit, I know that you are starting some discussions, that there is an attempt to put a licensing system here. So far what I'm saying, so the genesis and what are the principles, does it make sense? Is it clear to you? Or do you have any doubts? I'll make a break to see if there are any questions. Please, with pleasure.
Ndëgjova shumë, kujtes shumë këtë prezentimin ju, edhe duhet që njoftoj që para meje është rregulloria licencimet e garimit klubeve pranë Federatës Basketbollit, e cila është rifresku vitin e kaluar. Dhe të gjitha këto pikat të cilat I dëgjova nga ju është hera e parë, po kur duke ndëgju me kujdes këto, më duke se ose ne ju kemi marrë juve si muster këto gjitha pikat edhe rënenet të cilat janë për licencim klube brenda Federatës Basketbollit dhe me përpikri mund të them që ndoshta 90% të cilat pikat I diskutuar janë të involvume edhe këtu brenda Federatës Basketbollit tonë. Kur I cekët ju të gjitha këtu kushtet, besoj se edhe këta anëtarët e klubeve të cilët janë këtu prezent janë vendishëm për ato të gjitha kohën të cilën Federata e Basketbollit I ka dhënë klubeve për pajisjet, për palestrat, për kategoritë e reja, transparencën financiare, kohën e zgjatjes në të cilën ndoshta ata kanë ndonjë problem. Dhe mendoj se në këtë drejtim qëndrojmë shumë mirë dhe besoj që këto cilat ju diskutoni vetëm se po na bëjnë edhe më të fuqishëm këtë aspekt. Deri tash të kjo pika të cilat ju diskutuat ndoshta personit të cilin ju identifiku se është mirë të ketë një menaxher për licencim të klubeve, deri më tash sipas propozicioneve të garave bën komesari I cili e bën kontrollimin e gjitha palestrave kurse janë tjerat manualet të cilat ose formular të cilat klubet duhet të deponojnë para edicionit garus për të parë se gjitha punën e tyre së në klub, se si qëndrojnë ata me pagesat e lojtarëve, pagesat, transparencën e tjera. Besoj që nëse ka ndonjë pyetje ose ndonjë mendim edhe tjetër prej anëtarëve të klubit, kishte qenë mirë, që ndoshta edhe ata të japin mendimin e vet se si qëndron Federata e Basketbollit, për shkak se derisa na jemi brenda edhe punojmë duke menuar se gjithçka është mirë, atëherë ishte me qenë mirë që t'jenë edhe në zë tjetër që të kemi edhe mendimin e klubeve se si e shohin ata nga pikpamja e tyre. Faleminderit.
So I will have some comments to this, but does anybody want to share, to reply to this? What is your opinion? Well, we are just in the beginning of the presentation. I have not even talked about criteria and so on. It's just the beginning. Thank you very much for the intervention. Anybody, any general manager here that would like to say something? Or
Yes, sir.
please, the legend.
No.
I was.
Legenda, yeah? Once you are, always.
Yes. I will speak in Albanian.
Please.
Please, yes. Unë besoj se kjo është nështë viti im I parë si drejtor general I klubit dhe unë besoj që tash edhe shtetet tjera që po punojnë janë disa klubet, po mendoj se këtë vit është një ekip në vend fundit që ka hinë Super League prej ligës parë dhe nuk e ka plotësu do me thonë kushtet që me qenë pjesa e Super Ligës, do me thonë po mendoj që edhe vetë Federata për licencimin, do me thonë, për licencimin e klubeve do të me bërë ma shumë në këtë aspekt. Posa qërisht edhe shkur është pyetja edhe deshëve ku zhvillohen në kohën e dimrit, ku salla normal që duhet më konë me ngroht, e dini se regularët e FIBA-s janë që duhet më konë plus 16, dhe këtu besoj që duhet me punu shumë në këtë aspekt. Duhet me posë, me thonë, njerëz që e kontrollojnë ma shumë në këtë aspekt, fin posa qërisht Federata me bërë një, me thonë, komision vlerësus për ekipet a mundet, për shembull, a mundet me qenë pjesë e Super Ligës ajo, se janë disa skuadrat që janë për një me shumë të fort, kur vjen loja me lujt me këtë ekipën që është financiarisht shumë e dobët, që lujnë ndoshta me juniora, do me thonë, është një zhgënim total.
I would like to avoid now a discussion on particular topics. Okay, let's. Okay, but the quick one.
Yes,
I don't want to get a ping pong. We are in basketball, not ping pong.
Dua pra vetëm që njoftoj se këto pika shqetësuese të mundit janë edhe për neve, gjithashtu. Po kemi bënë me fjalë me klubin I cili është cekur se nuk I ka mbush kriteret, dua të them se klubi se kampioni I ligës parë dhe me pjesëmarrjen në Super League I ka përmbush në fillim të edicionit të gjitha pikpamjet organizative, por në organizimin e ndeshjeve Federata e Basketbollit nuk ka lejuar të klubin e njëjtë të merr të zhvillon ndeshjet në palestrën e cilën nuk ka arritur ta përgatesë ashtu si duhet sipas rregullave të FIBA Equipment. Për këtë shkak, klubi në fjalë I ka zhvilluar ndeshjet në palestra të tjera dhe në palestrën në cilën temperaturat e ngrohjes ndoshta nuk kanë qenë plus 16, po kanë qenë afër 10 gradë, kurse rreth rosteret e ekipës se a ka mund të ketë lojtar të huaj, të ketë kvalitet më tepër, mendoj se kanë pas krizë financiare dhe kjo ka ndikuar që ata të kenë vetëm 2 lojtar të huaj më tepër vendor.
Okay, so I see that there is a work being done, so this is a positive thing. I also see that you need to reach, it's the beginning, so you need to go to that level of maturity that we are talking. And I would like to pick up here on the words of Florian, something that he said before, it's collective thinking, it's working together. Tomorrow I'm going to, because we didn't finish the presentation of governance today, I will have like maybe 1 hour more, not me, don't be scared, Jeff will help me with other things and so on. But about working groups and stakeholder management and how can you work together, you know, for the betterment of the league, of the sport. Now, one thing that I would like to make a distinction is licensing regulations is different than competition regulations. Okay? There are some things that are exclusive on a competition side, and maybe some of the points that you were saying, temperature and all these kind of things in the infrastructure. Licensing goes a little bit wider. It's not only competition matters, but it's the management of the club, different kind of things that we are going to see. So one of the good points that I would say is if you go down this route of a form of licensing, maybe separate it from the competition regulations, isolate them and have a different type of regulations to make it very clear, not to confuse what is a competition matter and what is a licensing for the management of the club, being on personnel, being on youth structures or something like this. It's different things, okay? So just a note here. But very well, good discussion. Let's go then a little bit in terms of the principles that we were mentioning. Well, the legal basis in the statutes, what does this mean? It does not mean that the regulations of licensing are within the statutes of the Federation, but that you agree more or less on what are the objectives of this system, okay? Again, as these are the stakeholders approving, and namely the clubs, this is important. Establishing the authority of this system, so the different bodies, how this works, okay? And then a referral to what I said, the licensing regulations, a set of regulations to determine this. These are, I would say, the minimum requirements that you should put in your statutes, because then you have the basis, it was agreed from everybody, and you don't start discussing and going back and forward and so on. The regulations, the licensing regulations, will then deal with the detailed process, with the detailed requirements and so on. Okay? So this is the first point in terms of credibility and the option to go ahead with this system. This one, I don't think that we need to speak so much because it's the case that it's not applicable to Kosovo. The delegation in a separate entity, as you don't have it, I don't think that it makes a lot of sense. But again here, the main points were that even if there is another entity applying the certification, the Federation is always the liable one because it's the body that represents basketball in the country. And if certain conditions are not met, the Federation could withdraw this from the separate league. So these are the main points here. It's not within context. Now, the definition of minimum criteria. We start to get in terms of what is important to think about this process. One thing is the definition of key pillars, and key pillars could be, I don't know, infrastructure, could be financial aspects, could be youth development, whatever it is. Okay? What are the pillars? What are the things that are important within your domestic context? After identification, I'll go to the third point. After identification of the pillars, so if you identified that one pillar where you need to invest, and this we are talking about investment, we are talking about strategy. This should be linked to a strategy, what we want to achieve as a country in basketball for the future. If, for instance, youth development is one of your criteria, now you need to define what are the one of your pillars, you need to define what are the specific criteria within that pillar. Okay? So you need to go a little bit down. It's like a pyramid. You have less detail and you go down. Now, the second point, I go back, adaptation to different levels of competition. So if you have here a first division, the criteria probably are more stringent than a second division. So this is the link with what our friend here was talking about, the competition levels and so on. Separate it, but you can make the distinction. Not everybody needs to follow the same thing. Okay? So this is important. And then, okay, define certification or licensing levels. I don't know. let's suppose that you have a certification level that you say, if you fulfill certain type of requirements, you'll have a gold category, which will allow you certain benefits. I don't know, access to capacity building, training courses from FIBA, from the National Federation, could allow you access to certain funds, okay? Could allow you access to other things. So you could have a level that is, I don't know, gold, silver, bronze, everything that, something that everybody understands. This is just an example. You could call it A, B, and C. You could call it in different ways. Okay? And again, you will see there are some tools being distributed with this presentation, and one of them is a licensing plan. I call it a 4-year licensing plan. I will show a little bit how it is, but you will have in more detail. So, as I was saying before, it is very important when you go from the point of view that licensing is for the club development, it's for the betterment of basketball in the country, this should somehow be linked to the strategy. So, Elvira, you have a strategy that was identified when? This year, the year before?
2021, 2025.
So 21 to 25, 4 years. Do you have some goals, some objectives that
yeah,
are
we have
related
five goals. One of them is the empowerment of clubs.
Empowerment of clubs, okay?
Yeah.
So that in the end, it's semantic, probably goes in the direction of club development.
Yes.
So this element already exists in the National Federation, okay? And I assume that this strategy was also shown in the General Assembly and voted,
yes.
okay? So,
yes.
you know, the legitimacy of this is there. The second thing that is very important, and is the point that I'm going to talk tomorrow, is communication and engagement. There needs to be collaborations, what I call stakeholder management. What Florian was saying, collective thinking, not short-term thinking. We have seen the difference between a strategy and a plan. Okay? Strategy is thinking in 4 or 5 year times. They have a strategy for 4 years, so let's think, how do we want basketball to be in the future? Maybe now it's better than it was 10 years ago, but our objective should always be to try to do better. And this is actually related to this point here, the middle-term plan. Let's not think only for the next season, let's think a little bit ahead and always strive to improve. Okay? Because this will strengthen... Okay, I don't know what happened here, sorry. Okay. So, what are, based on the experience, because you also don't need to reinvent the wheel, as I said, there are other sports, and namely football, that have this. Does not mean that you copy-paste. It's always a bad thing to copy-paste. You need to think what makes sense for you. But what are the pillars that are commonly accepted that usually exist? And we will see then a little bit of details. One pillar is normally called personnel and administration. Okay? Meaning that your club should have certain type of people, certain type of functions, okay, in order to become more professional, so this club develops. This is one pillar. Second pillar is legal, okay, which might have a certain form of constitution of your club. Maybe they need to have, I don't know now, a commercial registry, different kinds of things that could be relevant. Okay? So again, you can define under this pillar some criteria. Financial. One of the gains of the clubs, remember that I said that one of the topics was financial transparency and also problems in terms of payments, in terms of all these kind of things. So the gains in 20 years from that process was all the clubs now, I mean in football where it started, they have now accounts that are audited, that are published. The net assets, you can see it in a graph as a whole. It does not mean that some perform better than others, but the net assets have grown. The debts to players, to staff, to suppliers have gone down. So these are metrics, like what Florian was saying in the beginning, that can be measured. So it's not, all of us can have opinions. But an opinion it remains an opinion until you have data that transforms it into a fact. Okay? Then the other point, remember the genesis was infrastructure. And this is measured by the classification of infrastructure, okay? The levels. So in the case of football, they have a level like 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 is the better. So there are more stadiums now, after 20 years, with category 4 than 2 decades ago. So this is, again, something that you can measure and you can see. And here in basketball, you can do exactly the same thing. You know, you were talking about the criteria of the temperature, but you can have about, I don't know, you can have about the number of seats, you can have about the flooring, other criteria that you might want to define. And then, one that is very important are the sporting matters, the sporting pillar. Okay? So again, has to be adapted to your football. This is probably most related to youth structures, you know, and the measurement, again, can be done. There are numbers nowadays that shows what are the numbers of players, and not only that, also in terms of percentage regarding the population of the country. So it's metrics that you can see that the sport has evolved. Okay? So possibilities that are also applicable here in basketball if you want to do it. Now, the tips. This system is flexible because remember what I said in the beginning, there is international licensing and there is domestic licensing. The international is more rigid because it's access to participation in certain competitions, so it becomes more rigid. It's like a confederation, a governing body level that defines this. At the moment, this does not exist in basketball. Maybe in the near future, there will be some conversations, it will go in that direction. The good news is that the domestic system is very flexible. So you can establish the pillars that make sense in your context. What I showed there, these 5 pillars, they are not exhaustive. You can think about others. And we will discuss a little bit about this. So it's flexible and you can determine your own measures of success. So you can integrate other pillars. Okay? So it means that nobody is imposing on you. Hence, the communication, the collective thinking is important because you, as the foundation of basketball, can discuss and agree what makes sense to improve in the next 5 to 10 years. Okay? Elvira, does this make sense? Yeah? Do you have, at the moment, do you already have a clear identification of the pillars like this? Or maybe not yet?
Yes.
So which ones of those do you have? Do you have all or do you have a few?
Personal administration, yes.
Okay.
Legal, no.
Okay, no.
Financial, yes.
Yes.
Infrastructure, yes. And sporting, yes.
Okay. So 4 out of the 5, 80%, which is very good. It means that you are going in a certain direction. Did you think about this yourself, or did you try to research, see other sources?
Yes.
How did
we
it work?
researched, and also in collaboration with FIBA when we were working for the strategic planning. So we had also one session with Florian and the others for the club licensing. So it was the one of the most important topics.
With
for
Geoff?
With Geoff, yes.
Oh, sorry, Jeff. Okay, very well, good. So jokes aside. Now, I'm going to show you, I have an example here, but of certain criteria. This is not exhaustive. But can you give me some examples what you think could be, for instance, in personal and administration? Maybe the clubs. What kind of criteria? You have this pillar. What could be criteria that is there for club licensing? What do you think? Or we can go to financial if it's easier. What could be a criteria that is there? Guys, do you want to develop your clubs to become more professional or what?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. Lack of criminal record.
Criminal record?
Yeah.
For instance, to employ people, is that it?
Yeah, in terms of licensing.
Personal administration, yeah.
Personal
Maybe you should have.
So you
should
can
have
only employ people that have a clean criminal record or something like that.
Well, at least they don't have something that is, you know.
Okay, very well. Other examples in any of the pillars? So here it's a concern about the quality of people that you recruit. It's not my job to make, a comment if this is fair or it's not fair or something like this. Elvira, what can you give us some examples of criteria that you have in personal and administration?
For an example, personal and administration, I think we could put that the teams for the next season to have one administrator and to have a team manager.
To have a team manager.
Team manager
like
that will
okay.
deal with the team,
Okay.
and the administrator that will deal with the federation and with all the other stuff.
Okay. And how would that improve the management of the club or their performance or something like this? In which extent?
I mean, in both. The team manager will deal with the team, and the administrator staff, they will deal with the government, with local government, with the federation, and he also will deal with the communication with the stakeholders.
Okay, very well. And financial, can you give me maybe one or two examples?
I think that each of the clubs, I think the most of them that they are here, they have the financial manager, but maybe part-time or just they hire them when they need to do the financial report, a yearly report, but for sure Super League teams, they should have the financial manager as a full-time employee.
Okay.
An interesting one would be audited financial accounts to be submitted.
Yeah, they do. They do. They need to do that.
Yeah.
So that is another criteria.
This would be a simple criteria, but one that protects the club as well.
What do the clubs think about this? Is this fair enough? Is this something that makes sense for you? What's your reaction? Yes? Okay. Other opinions? Other clubs here in this table? Or let's go to the table in the back that I have the column. It's difficult to see you. I want to make sure that... Saved by the colleague
For
here.
financial, huh?
Whatever, no. Yeah.
Okay. Unë është tash e kisha përmend kur ishe duke bisedu me sekretareshën e Federatës që i thatë që a jep llogari dikush për gjendjen financiare të klubit. Unë po besoj që këtu po foli edhe në emër të gjitha klubeve që çdo klub, sidomos i Superligës, tash është edhe një ligjëri për sport dhe për përfituar nga ky ligj për sport, klubi duhet të jetë i audituar çdo vit dhe të respektojë të gjitha rregullat për të përfituar nga licencimi, për të përfituar nga ligji i sportit i cili sjell sponsorët të klubi. Prandaj po besoj se secili klub i Superligës qëndron shumë mirë në këtë aspekt. Edhe po besoj se çdo klub me auditor dhe me gjitha të tjerët është në rregull, pasi të gjitha klubet e Superligës veç përfitojnë nga ligji për sport dhe po të mos jetë kështu, kur ata nuk do të licencohen.
You wanted to say something, Florian? No?
Oh. I was thinking also about just to throw this. What about the percentage of the salaries of the players compared to the overall budget of the club? Is this something that you would like to standardize or put some rules? Could be the case also in the club licensing system that you want the clubs to have a certain level of reserves, a certain level of not to overspend in terms of salaries for the players and so on. So could be something also to think about.
Yeah, interesting. I liked very much something that I heard here. Well, 2 points. One is obviously some of these criteria might even be mandatory by law, for a certain type of organization that you need to have. But the other point is the self-sustainability. I think that this is very important. We are talking about financial sustainability, and this links very nicely to what Florian is saying. So basically, the more income that you generate for different reasons, because you manage it better, because you have a bigger base of fans, because you are more proactive in terms of getting sponsors and so on, then you would be able to have players, for instance, with higher salaries or something like this, because you can manage it, you know, from financially, you are self-sustainable. Okay? So these are some examples. Okay. What examples that I put here? These are examples. It's not an exhaustive list. You can have other things, and as I said, even online you can find a lot of material about this. So, for instance, examples, and this depends on the level of maturity that you are in your country. So we talked about, for instance, having a finance person. In some cases, it's also mentioned media, or a technical, or certain type of coaches, you know, or medical or physios, or something like this. This could be criteria. You can also say that this could be on the sporting side, and it's the matter on how do you define the pillars and how do you define this criteria, okay? But it's examples. Now, on the legal side, it's like submission of certain key legal documents required in your country, declaration from a transparency point of view, declaration about ownership structure, the control mechanism in your club. It could be that a requirement that all of the players they have a written contract. Maybe in the first division this is very clear, maybe in the second division, because it's semi-professional, it's not so clear, and you want to make it professional. Okay? It's for instance, having policies and procedures inside. The example here, it's a disciplinary procedure and a code of conduct for players and officials. Let's suppose that we were talking about the match fixing integrity, and one of the requirements is that you have a very clear definition of this inside your club, your organization, and that the players know. We have seen here that coaches and players did not know that they cannot bet on their own sport. So this could be a criteria. Financial. All having annual financial statements audited, no overdue payables towards other clubs, if you have the transfers of players between clubs, no overdue payables towards employees or social or tax authorities. So there is a certain moment in time that you need to make proof, you need to have evidence that you are fulfilling all your requirements, because otherwise what it happens? The competition is not equitable. If some are fulfilling, let's say, these obligations and others are not, so there is an unfair advantage. Then duty to having an annual budget and so forth. Okay? If we show now in terms of infrastructure and sporting elements, so for instance in infrastructure, the points that you were talking about, having an approved venue, for instance according to the competition regulations, what you have there, could be the temperature, could be the criteria. Safety certification, approved evacuation plan. So these are examples, because you want everything to be in accordance with your own laws. To have ground rules at the venues, it's something very easy to do. To have, for instance, availability of training facilities, not only the venue where you are playing. Spectator seats quality. For instance, they need to have a seat of certain characteristics, all seated places and so on. They are not sitting on cement or something like that, as an example. Medical and doping rooms, dressing rooms, different things that you can think connected to infrastructure. Okay? Some of these criteria are very easy to satisfy, others will be maybe a little bit more difficult. Now, on the sporting side, it could be that you need to have a youth development program, a certain number of youth teams with different age ranges. Then this is a question of discussion. What makes sense in your country? Medical care of the players. You know, normally you have the medical test in the beginning of the season, but you could identify also other moments in time, because what we want to avoid in these kind of situations that the players have some kind of medical condition, and some of them even die when they are playing. Educational programs, the registration, no discrimination practices. This is something that sometimes it's important in some cultures, in some contexts. the child protection and welfare, you know, especially related to the youth program. For instance, to have a youth team, to have a youth academy. Well, there are different kinds of things that you can think. Maybe some of them are applicable, maybe some are not applicable. Right? Elvira, does this align more or less with the thoughts that you are having? How do you see this? These examples over here?
Yes. I will speak in Albanian.
Sure.
Deshta me ndo diçka me klubet këtu pjesëmarrëse. Thashtë të them pak ma mirë në gjuhën anëtare. Dje kemi pas mbledhjen e bordit, Federata Basketbollit Kosovës, edhe është propozuar një grup punues për me punu në licencimin e klubeve. E dim gjithë që vitin e kaluar kemi fillu me kriteret për licencim të klubeve, edhe feedbackun që kemi marrë kanë qenë, kriteret nuk kanë qenë të lehta, kanë qenë shtira, po edhe dokumenti si dokument për kriteret për licencim nuk ka qenë i përshtatshëm për klube. Edhe na njëjtin feedback nuk kemi marrë kur e kemi dërguar te klubet, kur nuk është përgjigj kërkush, nuk është anku kërkush, po pas një kohë kemi marrë këtë feedback edhe neve na ka qenë shumë mirë, sepse licencimi i klubeve është për klubet, pra është i përbashkët, është diçka që kemi bërë së bashku. Për Federatën e Basketbollit klubet janë grupi më i rëndësishëm i interesit, kuptohet. Kështu që grupi punues që ka me punu përbohet prej antarëve të bordit, e antarët e bordit vinë nga klubet. Normalisht që kemi qenë përfshirë unë edhe drejtori teknik, po kemi punu në atë drejtim që kriteret me qenë të përshtatshme, edhe diçka që kanë me qenë të implementueshme, jo vetëm me qitë diçka në letër, vetëm sa me shkru diçka, po diçka që kam në bo mu zhvillu edhe federatën, po edhe klubet ma shumë. Një prej arsyeve pse po i mbajmë këto seminare është pikërisht zhvillimi dhe fuqizimi i klubeve. Kështu që ne jemi të shku shumë mirë si federatë, por nëse nuk vini edhe klubet mbrapa neve, atëherë na nuk kemi bo kur gjë. Kështu që atëherë na krejt çka po dojmë është bashkë me hyp me një anije dhe bashkë me shku çat anije dhe me shku me bo çdo herë edhe ma mirë. Është e vështirë, vitin e parë kanë qenë kriteret ma të vështira. Nuk është që s'ka me shku mu bo ma të shtira, dokumenti ka me qenë normalisht që ka me qenë ma i kapshëm për klubet, po interesi është vetëm me shku me u fuqizu si klube. Kështu që prej ta është të teshta më njoftu që krejt qka është qëllimi është ju mu fuqizu edhe ju mu marë ma seriozisht për këtë grupeve të interesit si klube. Kjo që ajo që deshta me ndo me juve. Normalisht që vitin e parë kemi shku me Superligën e meshkujve, edhe Superligën e femrave, dhe pastaj kemi shku çdo herë edhe me ligat e tjera. Po për neve, klubet janë grupi që thash më herët, është grupi më i rëndësishëm i interesit, kështu që çdo gjë që kemi me bo kriteret për licencim, kemi me ndo me juve, kemi me marrë feedback për juve, po nikosisht çka nuk është e përshtatshme për të dyja palët kemi me përmisu edhe kemi me shku në atë drejtim që kemi me implementu ato kritere. Duke përfshi infrastrukturën, duke përfshi aspektin sportiv, administrativ, legal, financiar, është e vërtet që ata arbri që klubet do të me bua auditim, klubet çdo vit, po klubet do të me bua edhe plane financiare, edhe me implementu planet financiare, edhe mos me te kalu buxhetin, normalisht që na herë do të nuk është gjithçka në kontrollën tonë se fytyra nga sponsorët nuk varet që shkojnë çdo herë që janë parapame, po krejt çka po du me thonë në fund është që federata është për klubet edhe me klubet. Kështu që çka do që kena me bo, për kriteret për licencim kemi me bo së bashku. Edhe në dikush nëse ka ndonjë pyetje, nuk kena fillu me punu, kemi me prit mu kry pjesën finale, si të kryet në qeshor garat, atër kemi fillu me punu, dhe normalisht që non-stop kemi veçenë kontakt me klubet edhe me njerëzit që marrin vesh për kriteret për licencim, personat juridik që janë në për klube. Kemi qenë të hapër, 100%, transparent, që ato që kemi qef ma të shumë të me vonë. Okay?
Okay, thank you so much. I think that then it's a perfect timing, to put this on the table, because you are undergoing this process, and I can only fully agree with Elvira that it's important to have something that is realistic, that is measurable, and that you can discuss and you can agree, okay? Because this should be a joint effort and should not be something that is imposed and is not realistic. But obviously, the way that you do this path is step by step. Okay, this will take some years. You need to start somewhere, but you need also to be demanding to yourselves. You know, it's very easy just to have simple criteria, you know, and not perfect ourselves. But this means that in a few years, basketball might be lagging behind the sports and so on. Okay, you had an opportunity. Well, now what I wanted to show you, and it's actually linked a little bit to what Elvira is saying, is this progressive approach and this licensing plan. In the tools that you will receive, you have a 4-year licensing plan. Here, it's something that is simplified, but how does this work? And this is only for one competition, but in reality, you could have 2 competitions, 3 competitions with different criteria. Let's see here. For instance, I don't know, this level of certification was determined A, B, and C, and you have one criteria is that not only the clubs should have a budget, an annual budget, but they should have an operational plan, which from the governance point of view, what we discussed, seems something that is reasonable. Okay? But what is this table telling us here? Is that you will give some time of adaptation to the clubs. You know, this is just an example. I'm not saying that it should be like this. But for instance, you say, Season 1 and Season 2 is not needed, but you already know now that from Season 3, it's a requirement. So what is the Federation doing here? The Federation is telling you what's going to happen, and you have 2 years of preparation to do this. Well, actually, the operational plan and budget, it's not something very difficult that you would need maybe 2 years, but for the sake of the example, this is here. One criteria here, okay, senior team. All of you already have because you are in basketball, so from Season 1, full registered players, this is clear, with some criteria. Obviously here, I'm being very generic. I'm not defining exactly what is the criteria. This you need to define better. But let's suppose that one of them was a creation of a youth team under 18. And maybe here you give 1 season of preparation, maybe you need to give 3 seasons for this to happen. But if your strategy is going in terms of youth development, this is something that probably would make sense, and you will need to give more time to the clubs to adapt from a financial point of view, from an infrastructure point of view, from finding the players, from finding the coaches, from all of this. So this plan, in reality here, what is saying is that you should have a progressive approach. What is called here medium-term plan is thinking not only for the next season, but a little bit ahead. How do you want to improve basketball linked to the National Federation strategy, and giving some years in some cases for the clubs to adapt. Elvira, does this make sense in the, let's say, the scope of the working group that you are doing? Because you cannot change everything for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay? Comments about this? Maybe any questions? It's okay? Makes sense? And this is a way, this is collective thinking. Because this is a way that together you say it is important to go. You see, for instance, something here, and I think that probably you touched in the last workshop, it says an official website. I don't know if your clubs all have official website, but it could be social media, some channels or something like this. And you say for the question of fan engagement and so on, you need to do certain things that would be better defined than the example that I have here. Okay? And then you're going in that direction, okay?
It would be good just to see a show of. It would be good just to see a show of hands who thinks this is good for basketball in Kosovo, so we can just see, just a show of hands. Okay, this looks positive. When I'm looking around, I'm seeing most people. Yes. Okay, this is important because if the clubs that are the member of the federation want it, this is good. You just need to figure out the best way to do it that's related to your situation. But let me just say, club licensing is a pain, but boy is it worth it. It will keep your sport and your club in a good path. it is a painful road to start with, but it is a good road to be on.
Thank you very much, Jack. Any comments to this? I'm going to give you a break. So what after this, what we are going to have is a short exercise, and you can already think while you are having this break, which is, I talked there about the normal criteria, okay? But as you have seen from the examples that I gave, maybe there are other aspects that could be considered. Well, one topic is what we discussed this morning, the governance. This could be a pillar that you could identify some things. Other could be a commercial pillar, something like that. So what I'm going to ask you when you come back is in your groups to discuss, besides these pillars that we have here, other things that could be important for the clubs in Kosovo, you know, in terms of the licensing. Okay? Good. I will give you the traditional 15 minutes, so 3:35, more or less, if you don't mind. Okay? Thank you. Well, let's see if the colleagues are candidates. No, to call the other ones because groups of one. Let's start. Okay, so what we, as I was saying before the break, what we would like you to do now is in groups. We discussed about the typical pillars that we have, but we would like, now that you think a little bit, if you don't have a group, just join there or here, okay, to discuss. We would like you to discuss, you know, eventually other areas like governance, like commercial, like brand and communication. What could be criteria that would be useful in Kosovo? Okay? What would be useful for the club development? Think a little bit, discuss in your groups, and I will go a little bit around if you want to join here. It's fine? That would be great. Is it, guys, is it clear? Yeah? So think a little bit, for instance, if one criteria we say governance, and we discuss about policy, what is the criteria for the clubs? I don't know. Maybe the clubs need to have a to advance for the players, for the coaches. Second one would be commercial. Do you have commercial funds? Do you have adaptable revenue? The third one would be brand and communication. And I gave the example before of website. Do all the clubs have? Do you have social media channels? Do you need, for instance, like social media for your players to have like the team and every single player and so on? So these are simple criteria that could be So think about that, and then I'll ask some questions.
you tell me you didn't talk?
No, what I mean is I try to split the people around tables so they don't see just, for example,
Is it okay? This one, is it clear what we are asking? So, for instance, I'm going to give like governance. We spoke about some matters, for instance, an example that I gave. Should the club have like a code of conduct or something like integrity or something like that? Because we see this before. That would be second one.
I was fed up of workshops and then nobody does
Do
anything.
you have like a database? Do you even have your own ticketing system or something like that?
In another country,
Or
so I was
like
like, for another sandwiches and whatever one.
that could be a criteria, you know, to make the club simple.
The other
The third one,
is an expert,
I don't
so I can
know,
report
it's
what I
like
can.
random communication. We were talking about the website. You have like good photos of your players, a photo of your venue, whatever it is, something related to that. So this could be fillers, and think a little bit what criteria could be useful for the club, for the development. Will you speak to the other groups? This one I already spoke, but the other ones not.
Sometimes don't even talk to each other between the games. That's how much they...
Remember Kenny saying to me, I've never been to China, but Kenny says it's China. Do you know that?
No.
Chinese way is, I'll speak to you one day. That's why I will not enter a discussion like this. And I was like, so
But there is all this hierarchy nonsense.
I just thought it's just
The discussion is about this or something else? Yeah? Great.
That's why I want you to tell you, get this report, you don't measure it by whatever.
Let's see this group.
My wife is telling me to yourself, especially to others. So I'm going forward.
It's not just that, because I was talking
Maybe
to
we agree with
And one example, we were talking about this integrity, code of conduct, because we see that players, coaches don't know about this could be simple criteria for the club to make a code of conduct or policy about it.
Becky and I understand that, you don't have to expect. And then just because, for example, here this is the Federata in China is another, so we expect.
A second thing would be, for instance, commercial. Because everybody wants to be better commercials, to have more sponsors. So this could be.
And now this week. Did you enjoy it? Was it too much to it? Or how do you feel? This would be more realistic. Yeah. What would you like more of?
This could be asking the clubs for having a commercial plan.
If it's anonymous, then
I have simple criteria. You know, you even get this type of paper at the end, and then was it useful? It's like out of 5 stars, you get 4 or 5 everywhere. Even though the real team that was finished already, probably or 2 or 3, but that's fine.
No, I think at the end I'll come
Brand and communication. Example, we talked about the website, social media, or engagement.
Be honest and think before you think. If you can just, or we can ask the federation, give them the questions of their and tell them to put a little bit more what they would like to learn more about for their club to be more beneficial. Because we really need to get this right. And their opinion, okay, this is their opinion, this may be, we don't necessarily agree with as far as how we want to do it. But I usually get the personal side. But the rest,
now I'm saying
some people may react to it or whatever. So it's a useful exercise.
Or simple things like having a photo of your players or a team.
No, but I think also what he means is that they talk more between themselves. Between themselves. What I'm saying is
This was also when we had your sport to have a face photo to show the players, maybe the statistics, maybe whatever.
For instance, have the legend with the
No, that's the legend. No, but this is the thing, is that now they're going to the restaurant, they're having lunch together.
Not a match situation, but you know, like what are the 10 players or whoever in the beginning, a certain photo with the background of your club,
About this, we want to happen, so you are going to share this.
Okay, fine. It's an example.
Yes.
Proposition.
It's exactly what you want.
For a second, I thought you were complimenting Jeff, and I was like,
No, definitely it's complimenting.
Never did that.
It definitely is. Can I show you for July?
Yes.
July.
I'll just explain.
May?
Yes.
Not July.
For the women's thing, yeah.
So, Becky has asked me to do.
I know.
Now, 3 hours, we're doing 2 hours, then 1 hour.
Yes.
Okay, let's move on. So I would like to hear some ideas from your groups. Maybe this group here, what could be a pillar, what could be an interesting criteria for the clubs? Here.
For example, I mentioned the minimal budget of the team.
Two?
Minimal budget.
And what is the pillar for that? Because we already had a finance pillar. I'm saying different types of pillars.
I mentioned this one and, for example, one youth team. These two.
Youth team, okay, which was in the sporting criteria. This group over here.
Oh, absolutely.
Another pillar can be maybe because obviously every club has been affected by the pandemic, and I think that every club together with the federation needs to maybe do as much as we can to kind of bring the support back or the traffic back into the clubs, and maybe just a thought that the team managers should have a criteria where they can have visits into public schools, so we kind of get the introduction back up and running into the youth, and even do, I don't know, little seminars about the club, or get a little playground, a little session for 1 hour for the public schools,
okay,
as a representation from the clubs.
Yeah. So
this could be a criteria from the federation that gets implemented into the clubs to kind of promote.
So like a community engagement plan, let's call it this way. Very well. Do you have something that you would like to share with us?
At the finance, maybe the minimum budget, the financial plan, the website, the social media profile, the law against the match fixing.
Maybe not the law, because the clubs, they don't do law, but the policy and procedure, something like this in a governance pillar. Very well. This group over here, the agenda. The captain.
Yes. Een paar infrastructuur. Infrastructure, FIBA equipment. Për neve është shumë e rëndësi që të krijojnë domethënë kushte shumë më të mira për ekipet që morin pjesë posaçërisht në Super League. Në infrastrukturë domethënë që floor posaçërisht parketi me qenë në certifikatin e FIBA rules. Po ashtu edhe koshat me qenë në standardet e FIBA-s, sepse kemi domethënë raste që luajmë në koshe që lëshon nga natë, ajo është sistemi i vjetër, domethënë ato mund të ndryshu plotësisht edhe në kushtet me bë kushte shumë më të mira për lojtarët. E dyta, financa, plani financiar. Plani financiar, domethënë çdo klub do të pas një plan financiar. Plani financiar mund me qetë që thash edhe në afatin e shkurtër, në afatin e shkurtër dhe në afatin e gjatë. Çka do me thonë se a plani do me thonë nëse do me punu me kategori 3-at, është afati i gjatë, nëse klubi punon nëse ka qëllimet për me zhvillu lojtar të ri, normal që duhet me investu, duhet me pas një buxhet të ndamas për seniora, po ashtu edhe për kategori 3. Garancioni bankar. No, please. garancioni bankar, çdo klub. Është shumë e rëndësi që do me thonë edhe Federata me pas parasysh që klubi që garon në Superligë du me pas një garancion bankar që e ka kushtet për me mujt me zhvillu, do me thonë lojt në Superligën e Kosovës. Duhet me paraqit, do me thonë kontratat që e ka me kompanit që e notarizume, që do me thonë e ka një farë garancioni edhe Federata, po ashtu edhe klubet. Edhe në aspektin sportiv është edukimi i trenerve. Duhet me ditë për ato do me thonë mirët edhe shoqata e trenerve, se ata e mojnë seminaret dhe përgëzojt për këtë aspekt Federatën e Basketbollit. Duhet sa më shumë trenerat me shkollu jashtë, po ashtu edhe kur ka mundësi sa më shumë me përcjell seminaret që organizon Federata po ashtu edhe që kompet të ndryshme me zhvillu gjatë verës, se këtu e kemi një problem që pas përfundimin e kampionatit të gjithë klubet, foli për klubet janë gjumë, 3 muaj ditë. Sepse kontratat, do me thonë, kontratat e letorëve ndërprihen, kontratat me trenerat dhe krejt janë gjumë. Besoj që duhet bashkërisht me punu në këtë aspekt që krijohen sa më shumë kompe dhe basketbollit, do shtë edhe ma mirë edhe kjo liga verore, ose like Summer League, për me mujt me aktivizu letor të rritë, sepse dikush pa kontrata, pa kur gjë, do me thonë, nuk janë gjendje as me ushtru, as thjesht e lojnë, do me thonë, sportin për 3 muaj.
Okay, thank you very much. So, on the pillars that we had already talked and some more details, and the last group here, can you give me a couple of examples? So this group, by the way, a lot of good material, a lot of thinking, okay, a lot of points to discuss already.
Faleminderit. Do të për mos mi përsërit një pjesë e dërmuese bashkëpunësve të më herët, pesh i potencuar, ajo që sipas neve do të thonë disa kritereve, do të edhe që nuk e pam edhe në slajdet, atje një kriteri kryesor, posaçërisht për grupozhat, në përgjithësi do doja që kishte me qenë mirë që të futet kriteri i një kartoteke mjekësore, do të bëhen për njerëzve të cilët janë ekspertë, të cilët i kanë në dhonën sugjerime se mund të ketë edhe informisë edhe disa fatalitete edhe në gjatë lojës, një gjë që është mirë që me pas një lloj kritik. Dhe e dyta, për mësë mi ripërsëritë, dhe thash edhe njerë, kishte me qenë mirë që të futës si kriterët të ketë letër njoftim për nxënësit apo lojtarët në këtë rast, në për klube. Një gjë që një lloj do të ketë një lloj identifikimi i secilit lojtar, që mos bëhet kjo çdo vit, po një tjetë pak në një forma pak edhe pse e kemi nga Federata, do të thotë regjistrimin e lojtarëve, po kjo pothuajse çdo vit më na qet pak si të lashe. Në momentin që bëhet një letër njoftim të çështës sportive nga Federata, varësisht prej dizajnit si i ban ato, për mendimin tonë do të thotë de facto e zgjidhme një problem të jashtëzakonshëm që s'kemi nevojë çdo vit të nxjerrim letër njoftime, edhe kështu de facto është një lloj identifikimi si lojtar. Ose një lloj kritere pak për mos mi ripërsërit ato që i thanë edhe disa nga kriteret. Po? I përmendëm edhe më herët, do të thotë edhe për brendi, për media sociale, personalitetet, të cilët do të thotë pak a shumë janë të cilët janë të dobishëm për klubin. Faleminderit.
Thank you. Just, it's very interesting, and thank you again for all the feedback that you're providing, because I think this is very interesting, and you see that there are plenty of things to think about, and the heart of the conversation is really to think, what do you want to be put in this, to make sure that this is moving basketball in your league and in basketball more generally. Because that's very important that you have criteria, that you have realistic criteria, as it was highlighted, but also, you know, it is very important you have realistic ones and precise ones. Because I was listening to very good points about coaching, for instance, and thank you for raising that, for instance, but you have to be precise in a way that I don't want just to have some coaches attending some workshops and I'm fine with that. That's not a criteria to me. A criteria to me is by 2 years' time, I want to have all the coaches being level 1 certified according to that precise curriculum. That's precise criteria. That's precise standard that you want to have all across the league. So I think, you know, it's good to identify the areas, but the second level of the conversation would be what are the precise KPIs, what are the precise criteria, how can I measure it, whether this is a success or not. And the success is not I attended a seminar, the success is I have been certified because I have passed a test, and the test is I'm now qualified as a level 1 coach. And because I am a level 1 coach, I'm giving points to this system, to my clubs, because I am a certified coach, I have a certain standard, and that's what collectively you guys have decided that it should be. So I'm just giving you an example. Another point, sporting points. If I'm not mistaken, in your league, I mean in the men's league, for instance, how many foreign players you're allowed to have? 3, 4. And 4 registered. Okay, good. Okay. So if you want to have more, you cannot because the regulations are saying you can't, right? What if you have less? Is it good, bad?
No, it's good. It's better for the development.
Okay? So,
of the youth.
If I am a club and I have only 1 foreign player, very high quality, but only 1, and I put effort constantly, in conscious, on purpose, to try to give enough space in my roster for local players. Is it good? Is it bad? That's not me to say, but that's something that you maybe can have some thoughts on. Should we reward those who are making efforts to bring, you know, our local players on the spotlight? Those clubs who are trying to put efforts in developing local talents, should we reward them? You know, instead of hiring foreign players, for instance. I'm not saying what is right, what is wrong. I'm saying just think about this. You have some standards right now because of the regulations, but what if a club is trying to go further than that? Should it be rewarded or not? And the question of foreign players versus local players is a good question. We were talking about before planning. Maybe season 1 you don't do anything, maybe season 2 you don't do anything, maybe season 3 you need to do something. But, for instance, this question, if you want to lower the number of foreign players, you cannot do it from one day to another, because this has some impact. If you say you're not allowed to have more than suddenly 2 foreign players, then what is going to happen? The talented local players, they will be more demanded, so their salary will increase because the demand will increase for the same level of offer. That's what happens on every type of economy, right? So you will need time as clubs to prepare the next generation of talent, so then you have enough talent material to feed the clubs and not to lose in terms of competitiveness. Otherwise, if you do it from day 1 to day 2, you will lower the level of the league, the level of the competition, the level of your product, and that's not going to be good. So, you know, think about the next generation. We'll touch on that tomorrow. Think about the identity you want to give to your league. We'll talk about that tomorrow as well. But these could be criteria that could be, or not, if you decide, part of the club licensing system. So, you know, I just wanted to raise those points because I was actually surprised among all the discussions that let's say, the identity or the place of the players or the profile of the players you have in the teams was not raised. So I just wanted to give that extra focus on this point in particular.
No, thank you very much. I think that it's an interesting discussion and an example of the collective thinking that we need to be having, okay, and thinking for the future. I was going to say a lot of ideas, but they need to be refined, which actually Florian followed up in terms of concrete measures. What do they bring, and how can we measure success? What do the clubs need to do? So this is very important. You are starting the discussions. You need to take them forward and to have something that is very clear on what needs to follow up. Again, the link with the national strategy, again, the impact for a future, and allowing you time to be able to adapt to this, okay? And I think that we discuss here some critical points. Now, what I was putting here as other areas from the other pillars that we had talked, for instance, what about asking every club to have a strategy and operational plan? What about asking simple things like everybody needs to have procurement policies and procedures, or the match fixing point that we spoke? These are things that are not very difficult to do. They are much easier than changing the structure of your player's profile, but they could be short-term wins that motivate you to go forward, okay? Could be something that you do in the short term. What about here if you have a commercial and marketing plan? For instance, having a commercial plan. How many of you, everybody wants to generate more money, and in the last session 2 months ago, we had about income generation. How many of the clubs here have an annual commercial plan? Does anybody have a plan? So this could be something that is very interesting. What are you doing? A commercial plan, not a generic one. Okay? What about having CSR or the community engagement, as you were saying? What about the fund loyalty program? You know, to generate more interest, more engagement, and so on. How many of you have this actually in place? These could be things that are very interesting, and again gives you here the flexibility to determine something like this. Communication and image. You know, like okay, we talked about the website, and maybe all of you have or not. But engagement, social networks active, to having snapshots of the photos, not in plain style, but the standard image from all of the clubs, the 10 players or how many you have, you know, to have in the website, to have the particular photos, to give it to the federation for their promotion, for yourself and so on. Things that are very easy to do. Venue photos, a communication plan, so not a commercial plan, that is how to generate more money, but the communication. Maybe train even some of your people, some of your plan, how to do it, to elevate a little bit the level of, let's say, output that comes. These are things that could make an advance, and are things that are maybe not too difficult to do. Could be something, I would say, easy to agree, straightforward. Okay? So examples. I think that there are different possibilities. Club licensing is a powerful tool, and the beauty is that you can tailor to your own needs. So some food for thought. And the tips here would be, okay, you have the traditional ones. I put legal and finance there together, but I gave an example of 3 more. Be flexible on the system, integrate the pillars according to your needs. I think that this is the key for success. And the thing is, maybe now you might think that this is not a priority for us, or maybe yes. But what if your neighbors are all doing this, and what's going to happen in 5 years' time? They will be in a much better position than you. Okay? The opposite is also true. So I think I like very much this movement that you are having now, and this stage of introducing a club licensing, let's say, model. And it's a great opportunity for you to discuss and to see what's the best one. Now we were talking about the bodies, the decision-making bodies. You know, once you have defined what is the criteria going forward, like the example, when you are saying overdue payables, it does not mean, just to clarify, that you cannot have payments that you have not yet done. What it means is that, for instance, the criteria can be by 31st of December, you need to have, for instance, tax obligations all paid. 31st of December is an example. Okay? So it means that in certain moments in time during the year, it's not every single day, that you need to have your obligations fulfilled at that time. Now you define what this makes sense. So the first instance body, it's basically the one that decides on issuing the certification category or the points. You know, like you get 10 points for doing this, or you are at the gold level or something like this. But the second one, if anybody does not agree, then you have an appeal body to say, maybe I submit more information, maybe I need to expand here, but I'm actually not at a silver level, I should be at the gold level, and I have access to certain type of benefits that the Federation will determine. Funds, training, equipment, whatever it is. Okay? So it is important for this process to have this decision making, because these bodies in reality they are independent and they are making a decision on two steps, a first instance and a final instance, which is the appeal body. And they need to be independent from each other and from the Federation. Okay? It's like disciplinary. They need to be able to take their own decisions in their own manner, independently, not being influenced by the board or by this or by that. We know that this is not something very easy to implement, but for the credibility of the system, it's important, because otherwise somebody will say, well, why can this club do this or not do this, and I get this rating, this certification, and I don't get. This is something that, for the credibility of the process, is not good. Now, we go a little bit into the timings, into the process. And this kind of certification should follow probably like an annual cycle, an year cycle. You might be at a certain level 1 year, but the next year, because something did not happen, okay, you might be either lower or you have improved, you are higher. The clear communication of the requirements and the timings, it's important. So if the process starts in, you said that your league starts in September. If you say, for instance, we start the licensing process in May, and it needs to be concluded by, I don't know, July or August. This is then clear to everybody. You know what you need to submit, by when, and what are going to be the consequences. The process and the 4-year plan, I think it's very important. The process needs to be known in advance, not only for this season, but for the next season. Because if you know, like what Florian is saying, that you are moving from the 4 foreign players registered to maybe 2 in the future, which has an impact. It will have an impact on the development of youth, on the salaries, on your short-term performance, and so on. You need to know this in advance to be able to adapt. So it's not only knowing for this season, but knowing, being already prepared, what's going to happen. And this cycle ends, you know, with the concession of this certification level. I was saying it can be A, B, and C, it can be platinum, gold, silver, it can be whatever you determine. That's up to you. But the rules need to be known. Okay? And this is transparency, this is something that is equitable, the same to everybody. My experience in the licensing systems that I know, the process, you know, from beginning to submission of the documentation until the final decision can take up to 3 months. Okay, so I put here 3, 4 months, I put here 12 weeks as a reference. Allow time for, let's say, this appeal process, and then when this license, when this certification is given, you need to have still a monitoring throughout the season, like the overdue payables, what I said, maybe in December, because it's something important for you in Kosovo, like the tax or social security or whatever it is, that there are no debts at that moment. So a monitoring process is important throughout the season to make sure that the conditions are the same. Now, the final exercise that we have today, and I will ask Aurélie to distribute, we have here some table cards. And basically, these are the different steps of a certification process. And what I ask you is something very simple. Put this process by order. How do you think is the right sequence, how this should work? Okay? You can do it on the table, you can do it on the floor, you can do wherever you want. You are only two. If you want to join another group, it's fine. If you want to do it together, it's also okay. So please take a look. This is obviously not by order. Please take a look at this process and put it, let's say, according to your common sense, how this should work. The licensing process.
Dietro nel video.
You're trying to get one? No, you can leave here, you can back later.
There is a misunderstanding or there is yeah, because on the email you read it's about whenever you send an email you need to copy all the original directions.
That's why I wanted to ask why should we copy the
That's what I've been
just
texting
copy
to John.
Camille.
Exactly.
I understood. I will
And then
ask.
apparently John is telling me that Patrick Hunt insisted that it should be the case and this was validated by others. I said I think maybe Patrick Hunt meant that it was regional directors needs to be copied, but for their respective regions.
I don't even think that Camille is very happy that the other regional directors it's from the European. I mean, we can say we copied the global Zoran or whatever you sell.
No, but that's one. And imagine that even Africans, Americans, or Asians are replying and they copy, they would get crazy.
No, but this is what we just discussed. We had a management call yesterday.
I just texted John.
When everybody's, sometimes we have the group email, and then people start, thank you, good luck, whatever, and then you have like 75.
Je hebt trošku klubet.
Yeah.
So when I was saying something like,
And they reply to all.
So I said, please, no, okay, no thumbs up, no noted, nothing. You just send me a message if there is a problem with what I say. But please don't feel
This
bad.
is the last one?
Straight away. Yeah.
I say,
That's why I'm blind copy now. That's
did
the
you
only way.
read?
No, but wait, because
But it was a WeChat WhatsApp because you did not send
so I just texted John and
No,
said,
this
are
will
you
be
sure?
clear. I will not do anything until Monday anyway. Because
I said I think it's worth to give a call to Zoran to just verify this and
So the
and
process
to make sure
ends
that they understood it.
when
Because
the
I don't
license
think there is a misunderstanding. And,
yes, I was also surprised now when I saw everybody.
and even if Patrick Hunt really wants this, well, sorry, but
But you need to, this is the last one. The first one I agree.
Yeah, to know
But you need to
that the
see
European people have received it, it doesn't make sense. Just meaningless. I said we just discussed that we have to reduce the amount of meaningless things.
Yeah, but how can you assess? How can you assess if you have not yet
So put on the
received
course.
yes. How can you make assessment if the documentation
who is also a coach instructor that we certified. The one is Anika. She's from India. She's a people instructor. Despite the fact that she comes from India, which is surprising, you know, because of the quality of that, but she's a really good instructor. It's not even instructor. After that, we have run a course which is instructors of instructors, and we were training to, let's say, more Patrick Graham style for people that can actually teach instructors how to be instructors. So they even take that course and they exactly.
How is it going? Just
I mean, it's very important. The main relationship between my family, definitely, especially Spain, keep their interest. Okay, now I do something else.
Yeah, you're easygoing, but I cannot just imagine.
Okay,
I would just say.
I'm going to show you here. I see that the wording might create some doubts. I'm going to show you here. How does it work? So, first, the first point is communication of the process timeline, let's say, to the clubs. Okay? So the federation does this first. Second thing, so you communicate the timeline and you submit, you know, the documentation to the applicants being the club. So if there are some forms, if there is something that needs to be filled. The third step, obviously, after you have filled in the documents, you return the documentation to the licensor, so to the entity, the federation, that is going to give you the certification. So what happens? What is the fourth step? The license administrator, the federation, is going to make an assessment of the documents that you have sent. Okay? So for instance, you have an annual budget. They are going to take a look. Does this seems like a reasonable budget or not? The fifth point is the decision-making body, so especially the first instance body, is going to make an assessment of this documentation and is going to communicate the decision to the license applicants. So, on the basis of what your club has given me, I give you gold category. Okay? Now, maybe the process stops here, maybe not. If it does not stop here, well, sorry, it's not yet here. So then what happens is, so this first instance body, as I said, it's an independent body. So they need to say to the federation, these are the categories that we give to the clubs. The federation will communicate to you. And then, throughout the process, of course you can have here appeals, if something is not agreed, as I said. And throughout the year, the licensing body, the federation, is going to make an assessment if these conditions are maintained. Okay? So this is the process, more or less. You can have, obviously, something a little bit more complex, but this is more or less how it should work. Communication of timelines, giving you the templates, you fill in the templates, the licensing manager makes an assessment, probably makes a recommendation to the first instance body. First instance body reviews and says, I agree, we don't agree. This list, let's say the certification level is given. This list is communicated to the federation, that communicates to the clubs, and then it's the monitoring process throughout the year. Any questions over here about this? Does it make sense? Okay. Okay? Good. I let you just take the photos. As I said, the presentation will be given. Okay? Good. Now, the licensing manager. Could be a person, or could be somebody that is assuming double functions. What is this person doing in the federation? Well, this person is responsible for all the administration. This means that there needs to be a preparation, implementation, and development of the licensing system. Maybe there is a software, you know, at a certain moment when you go a little bit, when you are a little bit more advanced, there could be a software to manage this, okay? Personalized to what you are doing. Needs probably to provide training and support to the clubs, the license applicants, the ones that are applying to the license, meaning clarifying of doubts, meaning maybe giving some training on how to use the system, on what it means, having a commercial plan, a strategic plan, whatever it is. It needs then to be this person to do the liaison and support to the decision-making bodies. This is why it is important with all these tasks, if it is an individual person just with this function, because there is a lot of work to do. So if I submit something to the first instance body and they have doubts, oh, but we don't understand this, this documentation needs to be changed or something like this, this is the point of contact with the clubs. And then the monitoring, the supporting of the monitoring during the season. Okay? Like the examples that we gave about the overdues payable. So these are, in a nutshell, the responsibilities of the licensing manager. Okay? Elvira, does it make sense? Yeah?
Yes.
So when you are a little bit more advanced, this is what this person needs to be doing and following more or less that step. Of course, you can make it a little bit more steps in between. I just summarized. Now, the question for you is, well, the tips here is, at a certain moment, maybe you want to go a little bit to a software to register this. Maybe you want to have a simple manual, not only the regulations, to explain maybe in more down-to-earth, let's say, language, what needs to be done. Okay? And now, the next question that I have, I'm not going to ask you to do in a group, but I'm going to ask you. So these are the tasks of the licensing manager. What do you think, what should be the characteristics, what should be the profile of this person? If you would have to recruit a licensing manager, what would be the key characteristics of this person? What do you think? Let's start with Elvira. What do you think?
I was thinking. First, I think it should come from the community of basketball.
Okay.
Basketball or sports, maybe not basketball specific.
So somebody that knows a little bit about basketball and so on, comes from the community. Very well. Other criteria for the profile of this person. So a background in basketball. What else? Yes, please, here. Just.
He must know the condition of
he or she.
He or she, yes. Must know the conditions of the teams, and then put the criteria in the middle of the how to say. Mos me bo kritere shumë të vështira të mor parasysh gjendjen e klubeve.
Okay, so maybe a clarification here. It's not the licensing manager that defines the criteria. Because you will have like working groups to discuss what should be the criteria, what already started, and then this is approved in General Assembly. So the licensing manager is applying what was decided. He's not deciding on that. But he needs to know the criteria, attention to detail. That's clear. Maybe some other topics, some other points for the profile of this person? A legal background? Could be, yeah. Elvira, other points?
He said legal, huh?
Yes.
I also thought that, yes.
I think that this is an interesting discussion because there are people that have different ideas. Okay? Well, I'm going to put you here what I thought, this is not exhaustive, are some ideas. Well, knowledge of the sport organization, so the basketball background, okay? This helps a lot. Knowledge of the competitions and the regulations, which is obviously linked to that. And the regulations, I'm talking now about the licensing regulations, okay? They need to know. They don't need to know so much about the basketball rules if you have a three-pointer or something like this. It doesn't hurt, but it's not one of the criteria. Attention to details. This is something important, you know. If you are making an assessment, okay, I received the budget, they don't need to say if the budget is good or is bad, but they need to say if it follows certain criteria, if it's credible. Let's say something like this. This is why some people say, okay, legal background, you know, this is maybe more a background for the first instance body or something like this because they monitor more the regulations and this one monitors more the details and so on. But it's arguable, okay? It's debatable. Communication skills. So if this person is answering questions, is maybe giving some training, some advice to the clubs, needs obviously to have written and oral skills to be able to communicate. Okay? This is linked obviously to the next point, which is ability, understanding what is stakeholder management and even some negotiation skills. So there might be some cases that, listen, we could not fulfill this, or our view is that this is right and so on, and the person needs somehow to be able to negotiate and then also to explain to the first instance body, okay? Because the clubs, they don't go individually there. Otherwise, it would be a very heavy process, okay? This person is filtered. Then, ability to work under pressure. Where is the pressure coming from? Well, normally in the license systems and in the early stages, what I see is that when the people are still not very used and so on, you know, sometimes a person doesn't like, a club doesn't like, why I'm silver, I'm not gold, or why I didn't get the points here, or something like that. And we know how it is, you know, sometimes this club is from owner X that has some kind of connections with the board, with the president and so on, and the pressure comes. So this is where we have the separation of powers, giving the empowerment, and protecting the people. Sometimes it works well, sometimes it doesn't work well. Now, if you react just by making concessions to the pressure, you don't have a system with credibility. Okay? It has to do with other aspects. Then, project management skills, in the sense that is important if you establish the process and the timelines. This needs to be a person that, you know, if I'm the first one not to keep the timings, how is everybody else going to respect, you know? I need to send the documentation to the clubs, I publish, and then I do it 1 week later, yeah, then I cannot expect the clubs to fulfill that, okay? So it's able and to communicate to get the things on time. Process-oriented. So it needs to be a person that can see how the process is and to do task by task. Okay? Understands. This does not mean that the person has not a certain degree of flexibility and so on, but if the process is defined like this, you need to be able to execute it. And then here could be, you know, I think that this depends a little bit on the country, but here you have different languages, could be language skills, could be IT skills and so on. This, if you go into a software side, you know, if you digitize more this process at a certain level, you need to be able to work with, let's say, with the software to explain and all these kind of things. Okay, and I'm seeing, for instance, it's not in basketball, but it's in football. Like in Africa, they are launching a very ambitious project, a licensing software throughout the continent to do two things. One, the international system that they have defined for Africa, but a system that is also flexible to implement customized processes in the different countries. So this implies a lot of training, this implies a lot of communication, understanding requirements and all these kind of things. Okay? So, how does this sound? This person, is it he or she, is it a superman or a superwoman, or is something that is doable? Yeah? Good? And And this goes a little bit, you know, when we were talking on the governance, like a recruitment process or something like this is the first step. It's identifying the profile, what kind of person we need, what are the characteristics that we need from that person. Okay? Well, in terms of deliveries that you will receive, that the Federation, well, I don't know, Florian, you can take a little bit about the process, but I imagine that the information goes to the Federation and then the Federation distributes from there. Okay? So the documentation that we will send in terms of tools is like an Excel sheet with a timeline tool, you know, how to organize this, that you basically have a little bit some definition about the timings you put when the process should start, and then it should feel more or less. You make adaptations if it is necessary. So this is obviously a tool more for the licensor, which is the league. And then the other one that I think will be more interesting in your discussions is this 4-year plan for different competitions, okay? With the different pillars. Obviously, it goes empty, because it's not up to us to define what is the criteria that you should have. We have given some ideas, and now it's up to you as a group, as a basketball family, to discuss and to see what makes sense. But obviously from here and from FIBA, either from FIBA Europe or from headquarters, there will be some ideas, there will be some sense of direction, you know. Everybody, I would say, would agree that you should go into youth development instead of only paying expensive players and so on. You need to invest more into the future and to also the improvement of your national teams and so on, not only thinking on the short term, okay? Florian was talking about coaching, okay? About, Aurélie will talk about referees and so on. So the objective is to have criteria that is measurable and that will improve your level. And with this, you will be more successful internally and internationally. Now, what I would like to ask, maybe we finish the presentation for today, but from this one, club licensing, governance, we will still touch a little bit tomorrow. I would like to understand what were maybe the 1 or 2 points that you take as interesting from here, you know, your takeaways. What did the session today contribute a little bit to your thinking? So I'm fine, it could be the federation, it could be the clubs. Can you maybe give us a couple of examples? Was it interesting or not?
It was very interesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what were the points that for you were more interesting, bearing in mind the information that you already knew?
I believe the biggest is probably trust. It's okay. Trust, governance, characteristics, different committees, and collective work.
Okay. Working together as one thing is the rivalry on the court, the other thing is the clubs working together. And what about more specific about club licensing today? What were the points?
Someone else needs to take
Yeah.
the village.
This table here.
I don't know what to say, but you told everything what what I need to hear. But for me, it's very important to how my friends say, because we are in the same team. Like yes, to be together, like to work together with federation. This is very important. But for me, the very important is the conditions. I will tell every time for the sense of the team, we must have a good conditions. The team must have a good conditions. Especially for youth, especially for youth academy, this is very important for us.
So in the end, what you are saying is about club development, about improving the
Yes,
conditions in
yes.
the different aspects,
Yes,
correct?
Yes.
Okay. Other points from this table here? What was important? Sorry.
Sa unë deri tash përcjella për licencimin e klubeve. Gjithë këto që u përmendën këtu ka shumë gjëra të cilat me të vërtet për klubet, në qoftë se këto plotësohen, do të thotë tarmën ndoshta afatgjate, kishin me qenë shumë mirë. Vetë për klubet, do të këtu me një fjalë kuptova plotësisht që licencimi ndoshta është diçka që e cekët që mundet me pas vështirësi, mundet me pas, por në atë moment që harrijet gjitha këto kriteret që i përmendën për mi plotësu të licencimin, unë besoj që klubi në atë moment fillon vetëm zhvillimin e vet, po gjatë zhvillimit besoj që edhe sukseset nuk besoj që mund me qenë shumë të mira. Këto e kuptova unë deri tash.
Okay, very well. Thank you very much. Do you have comments here? Another person. Only your table. It's okay. You are next afterwards. Okay.
Pasi pra këtu kemi gjithë klubet përfaqësues të klubeve, atëherë për Federatën e Basketbollit tonë kishte qenë shumë mirë që klubet punojnë në ngritjen e administratës edhe të japin momentin e tërgimit të njoftimit Federatës për periudën e licencimit, të mos harrohen emaillat dhe të ketë pastaj nevojë të dërgohet rikujtim për një manual ose një formular i cili është ndoshta brenda ditës të mbushit edhe të kthehet mbrapa, po edhe të mos dërgohet përsëri një deadline i cili do të jetë edhe shtyhet brenda 7 dite. Pra klubet ishte me qenë më së miri, pra administratën të kenë shumë më aktive dhe të bashkëpunojnë për kthimin e përgjegjës sa më shpejta.
Fillimisht pa dashur të serviloha, po falenderoj Federatën e Basketbollit të Kosovës për organizimet e tilla, për eksperiencat e reja që na mundëm i marrë, edhe në mes vetës këtu në tavolinë ku jemi të diskutu, që në vlefshme për tarmën e klubeve tona. Në realitet, të gjitha pikat ishin të vlefshme për secilin prej neve, edhe ne si do klube me tradit pak, por edhe për klubet të cilat janë matreja ose edhe na si persona matri në administrim të ekipës. Sa përket ajo veçëria e parë, veçëria që mu më la përshtypjet madhe, është licencimi e klubeve, por duke u bazu në infrastrukturë. Domethënë, e shtrum si tavolin problemin e infrastrukturës me parket. Po e marrë shembull bashk Edmondi e shtroi problemin e parketit, ku bashkë në palestrën sportive në Prishtinë është një problem i madh parketi. Do të thotë, unë mendoj që Federata e Basketbollit të Kosovës paraprakisht mos për vitet e ardhshme me qenë më vigjilent në këto aspekte. Do të thotë, në shumicën e palestrave sportive në Kosovë ka disa mangësi infrastrukturore. Muna me thonë, janë 2 palestra eventualisht 3 në Kosovë, të cilat nuk ka mangësi infrastrukturore. U folë këtu edhe për problemin e temperaturës, u folën gjona të cilat unë mendoj që përveç që na mësum rreth licencimit, edhe Federata e Basketbollit të Kosovës e murë një mesazh për klubeve që duhet pak më shumë vigjilent në aspektin e infrastrukturës së palestrave. Faleminderit.
All of this for me was really interesting, and as a sports director of basketball club PEA, now I am better, and for sure the PEA club will be better in administration and in marketing and everything. But for what was interesting today for me was speaking of that guy. Yes, he discussed about basketball players, foreigners, players who play in Kosovo, for numbers of foreigners, I think. And he suggested us to, in the future, Basketball Federation of Kosovo and clubs to play with 2 import players. And I think we tried this 10 years ago. Basketball Federation of Kosovo limit players only in 2, I think. But what I want to share with you is my experience with sponsors, with fans, citizens, and everybody in PEA. When Federation took the decisions, and basketball of Kosovo a little bit went down. Why? Because fans didn't come to see PEA anymore. We didn't have 4,000 fans like we have always in our gym. So I agree with that guy when he say maybe in 2 or 3 years this will be better and PEA will build domestic players. But maybe our sponsors and the people who invest in PEA are not patient to wait for that. And I like this project. I like to work with young players, and maybe with this rule of law for sport and basketball federation, maybe with all of clubs to discuss this in future, maybe to try one more time, because now it's different time. We are 10 years later with this, and I see every season clubs in Super League teams don't have really very good domestic players. We miss this. And maybe Basketball Federation of Kosovo has a project for this, and of course if they want to do that, PEA will be in Basketball Federation sites. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. No, I just wanted to semantically correct just one thing you said. I don't advise you to go from 3 to 2 or 4 to 2, or, that's your collective decision together with the federation to decide on that. I'm not saying you should do it or not. I just took that as an example to say that it could be a criteria, and if you collectively decide that strategically it is important for the league and for your clubs and your sponsors to have more domestic players, then you need to go towards that direction. Then the club licensing tool could be a tool to make it happen. But I'm not saying, just to make sure and things are clear to everyone, I'm not saying you should do this and that. That's you to decide that collectively, whether this makes sense, whether this is feasible, and if yes, what would be the correct time frame for making this happen. Okay? So I just wanted to make this very clear, because I don't want you to take away that FIBA said you should play with 2 and not with 3 or 4 or whatever. No, this is just an example for you to decide, and clearly club licensing to me is a tool that can enable you to have first brainstorming and then using that to go in that direction if you want to go in that direction. If you don't want to touch the topic, don't touch the topic. If you want to touch the topic in 4 years' time, maybe plan it for 4 years. So up to you to decide collectively which direction strategically you want to go for your fans, for your identity, for your competitiveness, for everything.
You have to develop the base before you put the rules. So you have to develop these young players first.
Just one more time. I like this project, to be honest. In my club, I want to do that. I'm just scared, for example, if sponsors, people who invest in basketball or sport, will not support that. Because, for example, PEA, Pristina, Trepča, Bashkimi, Uli, everybody who play in their gyms, they have full fans. So maybe if we do that, if we want to do that, maybe without fans, without, maybe in first or 2 years will be problem, but I am very optimistic that in 2 or 3 years this will work. I am very optimistic. Let's see in the future. Thank you.
Kom një, do me thonë, përvojt madhe se qësa vite lujmë në Kosovë, dhe unë besoj që problemi kryesor, do me thonë, nuk është vetëm, problemi kryesor nuk është federata, po problemi kryesor e mina klubet. sepse na nuk kemi pas, domethënë atë që thashëm në fillim, nuk kemi pas strategjinë për afatin e gjatë, na kemi pas strategjinë për afatin e shkurt, sepse vetë edhe sponzori e lyp suksesin. Edhe suksesi domethënë e tërheq sponsorët me investu në klub, po ashtu edhe tifozët. Unë besoj që ka ardhur koha, domethënë të gjithë ekipet në Superligën e Kosovës me investu për lojtar të ri. KB Sigurt Prishtina këtë vit na kemi ndryshuar pak strategjinë, nuk do të thonë që unë jam qëtash drejtori general i klubit që e kam ndryshuar dhune, por jemi disa persona që edhe presidenti i klubit, burimare dhe stafi që jemi të gjithë bashkë, e kemi pru trenerin që ka qenë kampion e Evropës me U18, kampion e Evropës me kombëtarën e Kroacisë, me U16, nën kampion i botës me U20, dhe kjo ka qenë arsyeja domethënë për me pru trenerin që po punon me kategori 3. Këtë vit domethënë u dëshmu me 2, eventualisht 3 lojtarë që janë pjesë e përfaqësuesve të Kosovës. Kemi të gjithë e dinë Meriton Ismani, Manemi Muhamed Enjeva, ishin domethënë lojtarë gotë, me thonë kyç, por ishin lojtarë që kanë dhënë kontribut në përfaqësuesin e Kosovës. Unë pajtona me pru lojtarë të huaj, se edhe lojtarë të huaj e ngrisin kvalitetin e lojës, por me pru lojtarë të huaj që mundë me mësu diçka lojtarë vendor prej tyne. Sepse unë besoj që kur isha lojtar 2003-2004 më herët ishte liga profesionale e basketbollit, dhe për një me ka qenë nivelli basketbollit ka qenë shumë të lartë, sepse kemi pru lojtarë, ndoshta gabim ka qenë që kemi pru 5 lojtarë të huaj ishin, por nivelli, kvaliteti lojtarëve të huaj është shumë më i lartë se që tash që është, e dini edhe vetë. Konkurenca, do me thonë, edhe ekipës të fundit në tabelë dhe ekipa e parë që ka qenë në tabelë, do me thonë, ka qenë, nuk ka ditë kush ka me qenë fituesi, do me thonë, ka qenë shumë konkurencë e madhe. Por kvaliteti lojtarëve vendore ka rënë shumë. Ma herët kvaliteti lojtarëve vendore ka qenë shumë më i mirë. Për shkak angazhimeve dhe do me thonë kretë varet edhe prej trenerave cili vjen në ekip. Shumë do me thonë prej trenerit. Lojtari mësohet prej trenerit, mësohet edhe prej lojtarët që vinë, do me thonë lojtar vendor, po se që shumë të folë për lojtar vendor. Sepse unë e kom lënë basketbollin, nesër kom e lënë edhe lojtar të tjerë që janë parts të ekipës së tyne, se e mri një mosh edhe lënë, po çka do të jetë tani me lojtar që do të jenë në për klube, se do të me avon normal shansë, do të me punu me ta. Besoj që Federata do të me punu bashkarisht me klubet, me mësu sa më shumë lojtar të ri, posaçërisht me akademi, do të me përkrah ekipet që e krijon, do me thonë që akademin për me avon një shtytje. Unë e foli edhe në aspektin profesional, sepse asnjë klub në Kosovë nuk ka për shembull trener kondicional. Në ligët të ndryshme ka edhe shoqate trenerëve kondicionale, do me thonë që bashkarisht do me thonë duhet me këshyr Federata me punu me fakultetin e sportit. Ne kemi edhe fakultetin e sportit në shtetëror që me bashkëpunu me trener kondicional ose ekziston, do me thonë kjo shoqata trenerëve kondicionale në foli për fqin që kemi të koshit të Kroacisë. Mundën e bashkëpunu me ata, me na dërgu trener kondicional me bojnë nishët shoqat trener kondicional se kretë, do me thonë edhe cilësia e lojës në varet edhe prej pregaditjes fizike. Të gjithë skuadrat në ligët të ndryshme kanë 1 ose 2 trenerë kondicional, nësë kemi asnjë. Do me thonë, puna e treneri miret me punën edhe pregaditjes fizike. Unë besoj që treneri është ai që duhet më mirë ma shumë me taktikën e lojës, për mos me upko, po ashtu do me thonë është edhe pedagog. Deri sot treneri kondicional duhet më mirë për pregaditjen fizike të lojtarit. Do me thonë, na i klubet, po ashtu edhe federatët duhet me punu në këtë aspekt shumë. Faleminderit.
think there were very important topics here. The session tomorrow in the afternoon also with Florian. I think that you will be able also to discuss a little bit more about this. But the question now is exactly how to link, these technical aspects with the strategy, with the management of the clubs, what you are saying, not only the short successes, but thinking a little bit more further ahead. So I think it was a good discussion. Maybe Elvira, I don't know if you want to wrap it up.
No,
and
no.
Are there any particular points from the licensing that were interesting for you, or?
Everything was interesting.
Everything was interesting. Okay, fantastic. Florian, do you want some final words? From my side, I thank you very much, and we'll see you tomorrow. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pedro, and thank you, everybody, because I think, I think this is always good when we start opening the floor and discuss. And thank you for sharing all what you have shared today with Pedro on the topic this morning of governance and on the topic of club licensing. Obviously, we expect also that level of engagement tomorrow. So, keep some energy for tomorrow. But for today, I think we're done. And again, I would like to thank you very, very much for the day. Tomorrow, we will have a continuation of governance because we couldn't finish this morning entirely what we wanted to do. And in the afternoon, we will work on the player's pathway. So I think this is going to reflect a lot of what you are discussing right now. So tomorrow is the topic. We start at 9 a.m. Remember that Ranmila told you be on time tomorrow. And don't forget, I have my colleague Aurélie, former referee, she would give you a technical, and we would think about penalties in the case you come late, okay? Funny penalties, I swear. So, thank you again for the engagement. See you tomorrow, 9 a.m. sharp. So then we can do whatever we want to do. Thank you.
Recovery session.